So this is a tremendous occasion. Obviously, it is Wednesday night. Mark Hamill was going to be at Star Wars Celebration. American Horror Story got announced for Halloween Horror Nights 27. And now we're going to talk about everything and anything involving professional wrestling. This is the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, exclusively here on the Podcast Network. My name is Sir Owen, or Owen, depending on how you know me. And joining me, as always, is Ashley.
Lever was Ramona Flowers tonight. God damn it!
Man, really? Try to get those results if we can, honestly, because obviously there were shows tonight.
Wrestling, so they were wrestling in a nightclub, so it wasn't really that special.
Yes, it was.
Sorry, Atomic Wrestling. I know that's probably the best venue you could get, but man.
Hey now, Atomic Wrestling is where Mr. Entertainment made his ring announcing debut this evening, a couple hours ago.
What?
Yep.
Sorry, I lost control of my voice. I do that from time to time. But what?
We'll try to get results from the AWE card sometime tonight if we can. If not, it'll be brought up on the tremendous amounts of wrestling podcasts we're going to be doing over the next 2 weeks.
Also worth noting, tickets for full sale, next Wednesday, are on the second-hand market, way under the actual prices people paid for them.
Yeah, I went to StubHub to check to see if there's any seats left, and I can't go to that one because of previous engagements. But I will say that if I could go, the tickets are $10, which is the normal general admission price for Full Sail. And the 19th tapings, tickets are only $25 right now, starting out for general admission. That's only 15 over what it normally is, which of course is a $10 ticket. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Welcome, Jeremy, Logan, and Timbo. So tonight is the big show where we go over anything and everything. We're talking Smackdown and 205 Live. We're going to talk Impact Wrestling. We're going to go into the UFC, What Culture Pro Wrestling, NXT, Ring of Honor, New Japan Pro Wrestling Noah, and all the events of this coming week. Everything from More Than Mania to WrestleCon to every single signing. I have all this information and the most complete cards that you will hear at this very moment for all the shows if you are able to be there. Let us be your official guide to anything Orlando here on WrestleMania week. And all that and more tonight on the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. So yes, there's a lot to discuss in a very short amount of time to do so. So Ashley, let's talk about what happened on SmackDown this week. Or what didn't happen on SmackDown this week, to be more specific.
Surprisingly. So we opened up with the AJ and Shane signing. Both come out. Brian's basically being, what do they call it? Organizer? Master of ceremonies or whatever. Anyway, Shane basically says, the idea for SmackDown was it was going to be where everybody gets their opportunity. Nobody's going to push their own agendas. Families can be entertained. Why do they keep censoring out all the swearing then? I can't think why. That wasn't just on Raw. There was at least one instance during the Cena promo that they had to mute the button. They pressed the mute button. Anyway, but AJ was always part of the vision. Styles is one of the greatest talents to step through the ropes and be in a WWE ring. Take that, Elias Sampson. AJ truly is phenomenal. But he's got an ego, and that's got too big. He's become arrogant. That's why he lost the belt to Cena. That's why he lost his main event opportunity against Orton. And it's why he wasn't part of WrestleMania. He saw AJ last week, and AJ knew that you got to give everything you've got. But the thing is, how phenomenal will AJ feel when Shane is champ or Shane wins? And AJ's like, you do know what kind of match this is. It's not Hell in a Cell. It's not Falls Count Anywhere. It's not a street fight, anything. It's a regular match. If you're outside the ring for more than 10 seconds, you count it out. You try and go for any sort of weapons, you're going to be DQ'd. You know, I'm untouchable. If you want to come into my ring, you know, my world, hey, Jeff, where's my fucking money? Gold, whatever. I'm literally desperate. You know, if you want to wrestle, we'll wrestle. If you want to lay hands, we'll lay hands. If you want to take it to the air with all your, you know, coast to coast and all that sort of stuff, I'll embarrass you on every single level. You know, you've been in the ring with Angle, Michaels, Rock, Austin, Undertaker. But you've never been in the ring with AJ. As you said, I'm the greatest to step in there. And you'll find out how phenomenal I am on Sunday. AJ signs the contract. Shane's already done it. They get up. AJ pushes the table aside and they stare each other down. And Daniel's like, look, can we just have a handshake to calm things down? And Shane's like, okay. And AJ just leaves them hanging and heads to the back. That's how you do 50-50 booking, ladies and gentlemen.
The right way.
Because I really don't know. I mean, I'd say AJ's going to win. But part of me is really unsure.
And that's a good thing. When you have that uncertainty.
My only issue is if Shane wins, Shane is going to be a heel general manager. Because it'll be like, why should he win? Because it's just, just how it was with Triple H and Sting and burying WCW. I just have a fear that Vince wants to bury Impact Wrestling before they try and take over the world with the whole, world of sports stuff.
We'll get to that later. AJ losing wouldn't be extremely surprising given the fact that if Shane wins and AJ shows up on Raw Monday night, which I think is a very good possibility, Shane could be the hero that ran the turncoat out of the company, off the brand that he didn't feel like he felt was beneath him, I guess you would say in this case.
Yeah.
Even though I can almost guarantee AJ's getting cheered by pretty much the entire crowd. It's going to take a lot for Shane to win over the crowd. And that brings me to the ginormous structure that is at the top of the entrance ramp now. The entrance ramp that gives the Tokyo Dome a run for its money. And that is basically a theme park, which is on top. Mainly the roller coaster I'm referring to. Could we see Shane McMahon potentially jump off the roller coaster?
No.
Would not be surprised me if they set up some sort of wacky stunt with an airbag just like before, just like in Hell in a Cell, with Shane McMahon leaping off that on the AJ.
What, after the match is over?
That could be the finish of the match.
Or is it going to be a double count out? Well, no, because you can't do that. It's a regular match.
See, they could start the match off with that. AJ comes out. Shane's nowhere to be found. The next thing you know, you see him on top of the structure. He dives on AJ. They do a double down, and we either get no match or he could completely miss, and then AJ can just destroy him. It's hard to do a spot like that. It's hard to really do anything that Shane's accustomed to with leaping off high structures in the confines of a traditional wrestling match.
I think the closest you'll get to the leaping is the whole elbow to the announce tables.
But they've already done it, so they got to do something bigger because it's WrestleMania.
No. They'll just do it again.
I'd say use a ladder, but obviously, like we predicted, there's no reason to have a ladder in this match. There's got to be something you could possibly do.
They'll fuck up the German announce table, so the German announcers are like, shit, what do we do? We're not wrestling people. We're going to fucking run away. And then Carlston, the expert, will just be there like, you fuckers run. I'll do this shit on my own. Bye.
See, Ashley, Shane and his god-awful punches cannot go toe-to-toe with AJ Styles in a traditional wrestling match.
Shane and his anything cannot go toe-to-toe with AJ.
It's going to be an interesting match, to say the least. We'll see what happens. I'm curious. You've piqued my interest, WWE. Don't lose it. Oh, God.
Speaking of interest, no interest.
Yep.
Because it's time for Carmella versus Becky Lynch. With Mickie James and Alexa Bliss on commentary. Within about 60 seconds of the match starting, Alexa and Mickie are fighting on the outside. And it manages to roll into the ring. And we have a DQ no contest. Which, guess what? Hold on, player. We're going to have ourselves a tag match, motherfuckers. Now, this isn't bad between the four, except in practically no time at all, Natalya comes out.
With music.
Yeah. And then after they come back from break, she's on commentary. And then after about 60 seconds of her, she gets on the apron to cause a distraction. I think Becky punches her off the apron. Then Ellsworth manages to trip up Becky while the referee's dealing with Natty. And Carmella gets the free count. And then the heels manage to take out Mickey and Becky. Because obviously they all brawl together sort of thing.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, whoop whoop! And Naomi's back. Very, very good running head scissors, I will say, on Natty on the ramp.
Got a good reaction from the crowd too.
Yeah, took out Alexa, took out Carmella, gets a mic and says, "I'm back, and I'm officially entering myself into the women's title match." And Stephanie goes, that's not how it works around here, bitch.
She's not Sami Zayn. That's the only person that Stephanie has a problem with doing anything.
She is. She's from a minority that's being oppressed by a McMahon. Except in Sami Zayn's case, it's French Canadians.
This would have been a cooler entrance in Orlando if this match wasn't relegated to the pre-show when it's still 92 degrees outside and the sun beating down. That glow entrance is going to be worthless in the Citrus Bowl. She'll get a better reaction.
Unless she's got a light up attire.
It's not going to matter. It's still going to be in the sun. Yes, it'll still be in the sun.
It depends what order they do it. Because I'm fearing the cruiserweights are going to be first hour.
I hope not.
It won't be full light by the second hour. There'll obviously still be a shit ton of it because of the time and everything.
It's not going to be enough to make a difference, and I'll tell you.
No. I admit that, but
when she shows up on SmackDown Tuesday night with the women's championship, then she'll get her full entrance. So there you go.
And then that makes me wonder, why the fuck did they drop the title off her anyway?
Because they weren't sure if she was going to make it or not.
Yeah, but
they had to take the title off her just in case. It
hasn't been defended anyway since that night.
Right. Welcome Aiden Quinn to chat.
Purpose?
Well, I mean, here's another thing too, Ashley.
If she gets it back, if she gets it back, why the fuck did Alexa win it for a second time?
Because they had to take the title off of her because they didn't know if she was going to be able to get back from the injury. The thing is,
and then of course we get the fucking worry now that this is a 6-pack challenge, so this is an eliminator.
Well, that's not the only thing. The thing is that there was a lot of reports saying there was going to be a lot of superstars from the past showing up.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like
fuck off.
That's not going to happen now.
I guess all these people have now been called, probably for the women's tournament in a few months.
Yeah, that's interesting. The thing about that is that I have to notice is you have to look at it from the perspective that it makes sense for Naomi to win on Sunday. But I can understand why she wouldn't, because she looked really strong at the end of the night. And if you go with 50-50 booking, the person that's on top usually is the one who loses. So, I mean, Alexa could retain and they could do the title change at the next pay-per-view, but it could go either way at this point, honestly. I just know I want James Ellsworth off my television forever.
Thing is, there's no Eva Marie.
Yeah, she is. She's gone from WWE, actually.
Practically. From what I can tell, they haven't officially released her, but basically the idea is when the contract's up, they ain't re-signing.
Oh, she's gone.
She's been gone for months.
Right.
Which makes you wonder why the shit they pushed her so much.
They saw something in her. I never understood, but they saw something in her.
Yeah, tits and red hair.
Yeah.
3 things.
Then we get.
Well, admittedly, she hasn't only got 1 hair. She got 2 tits, but she ain't. Yeah, I don't know how many hair she's got. I ain't counted.
And then we get Daniel Bryan in the back, and Tyler Breeze shows up in full Bella garb again.
Breezy Bella.
Yes.
Yes, I wouldn't mind being in the women's title match. And Daniel was like, no. And Tyler just goes, ugh, and takes off his hair. And Daniel was like, whoa! Tyler Breeze! What? You were Breezy Bella all along?
See, this is
bad play, Brian. Bad play.
This is another reason why, and I may sound like I'm biased, and maybe to an extent I am. But when it comes down to it, Tyler Breeze and Fandango are criminally underutilized in this roster and have been since day one.
No, they haven't. They found their purpose in Jet Chetterfield. And what the shit was the name of the banker?
I was about to say Mr. McIntosh, but that's Blank Jack.
Mr. McElroy.
McElroy, that's it.
Mr. McElroy. That's their purpose. To show up as part of the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, which, by the way, Daniel's put them in. They need to show up as Mr. McElroy and Chet Chetterfield. Screw Breezango and all that gimmick. There has to be at least one acknowledgement on this show of the best thing WWE has done in years.
Well, once again, I'm still going to go to bat for Fandango and Tyler Breeze as themselves. Because it's me we're talking about here.
I so want you, Owen, to go to Mania with a Southport Regional Wrestling shirt on.
I won't be at Mania wearing a Southpaw Regional Wrestling shirt. I may wear it sometime in the next couple days.
No, but it's like the idea I have is you sit through WrestleMania and it really isn't that good. And you just show to everybody a t-shirt and says, you want to watch a good show, plus it's only 30 minutes long, go to YouTube. Better than this crap.
Want to listen to a good show, check us out.
Oh, you're spreading the word about that at WrestleMania.
I'm not dumb,
Probably.
of course. Logan says, SmackDown Live, you don't get a tag title match. No, we just stick you in the Andre Battle Royal. Because, you know, we have to have time for Flo Rida and Pitbull. Yeah. So give me time to go to the bathroom.
Afghan Hound.
Go to the bathroom, get some soda. Because I'm already going to have on my merchandise spot because the WrestleMania Superstore opens tomorrow. So I'll be going Friday.
You getting some of those pins?
There's no pins. If there was a Kevin Owens pin, I would, but there's no other pins I want.
I can't remember what pins were on Renee's boob. Can't remember.
Nakamura, AJ, Roman, Ambrose, obviously.
I think it was a Warrior one as well.
That makes sense. But the thing about the Superstore is there's actually, and we're getting ahead of ourselves, the thing about the Superstore is there's stuff there that's only available at the Superstore. So that's something I'm going to have to take full advantage of.
Is there going to be Edge stuff at the Superstore?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because then we just need, every time somebody buys it, somebody presses a button of Tony Kimmel saying, you're at the Rated R Superstore.
Oh, that was bad. Oh, gee, my God, that was bad. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Be ashamed of yourself.
It was supposed to be. It's going to happen. People are going to make that joke. It's the Rated R Superstore. It was supposed to be crap because I just think, WWE is full of crap right now. Keep in mind, you've got to get WrestleMania free because we need to inflate the fucking investor call on Monday. That's a fucking awkward time for the investor call.
Yeah, it really is.
The day after WrestleMania? Does that mean Vince is going to be Connecticut? Or are they actually going to do it on location in Orlando? Then again, I guess because of the Performance Center, they can probably do it out of there because that's practically WWE's second home, isn't it?
For the most part, yes. It might as well be the second home right now.
Time for the bit. Oh, my word.
This is phenomenal.
Again, when this match was announced, I was like, fuck it. The build up for this has been more fucking entertaining than anything on this card.
I'm so in right now, it's not even funny.
Yeah. So it's time for more, total Bellas, total bullshit. I wondered why the whole total bullshit thing was there. But at least we did get a payoff for that.
No, we didn't. I didn't see Penn and Teller show up.
Okay, you just ruined my thought train there. Seriously, whether right, so we're back at Cena's house. And Cena orders everybody to come to the table because it is time for dinner. And Nikki comes in. And she's like, oh, no. I'm wondering about the pitter-patter of tiny feet. And Cena goes, yes, I invited your family along. And then Miz on his knees.
This is great.
Fucking great carpet on his face. Is going, yes, 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 yes. Has somebody got a phone book? I got I don't fit on the chair. It's like,
thank you, Bree.
thank you. Yeah. And then it's like Brie and Nikki still don't know which is which. And John Cena's like, well, I've cooked you all steaks. No, 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 no. I'm a vegan. I don't eat steak. And then Bree's like, I got you a juice box, Daniel. Juice box. Yes, yes.
This is just incredible, to say the least.
Like, you will eat. You will eat for 2.5 seconds and chew vigorously, and then take a sip of wine for no more than 2 seconds, and then do a 1.5 second afterwards. Begin. And they're just about to go, and Nikki goes, when you gonna ask me, John? And John says, I'll ask you right now to respect my rules. And Nikki's just like, I've had enough. And she gets down on one knee herself. And Nikki goes, will you marry me, John? And then we cut to the arena and Miz goes, what a cliffhanger. And you know what happens with true cliffhangers? Find out after the break. It's like, yes. God damn it. They did a live action roundabout.
Yep.
They did a live action fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh. What? Oh my God. We're going up against a fucking live Q&A with Ethan Page. We're fucked now. So now we're back to the clips. And Cena says, no. Marry you. You know. I already have people that are loyal to me. I only respect money. Miz and Maurice are going to beat us at WrestleMania. And I'm going to obscurity afterwards. And I don't want to have the burden of you being around to remind me of my shortcomings. And then we cut the rubbish. Everybody breaks character. Miz takes off the Cena garb and the hat and everything and goes, I know you're watching, John. And you're probably watching as well, Nikki. We'll make sure WrestleMania is your curtain call. We'll leave you with nothing. You won't have any sort of career in Hollywood. You're just a circus act. Yeah. You just have to be in the spotlight in some shape or form. I find it ironic that all this shit is said, especially the Hollywood stuff, on the day when fucking Sony and Blue Sky reveal John Cena's in the animated movie called Ferdinand.
Ferdinand, yeah.
Which actually looks fucking incredible. It's like, holy shit, Cena's actually might be making it. Cena's actually becoming Dwayne. He's doing an animated film that actually looks good. What? And then Maurice, goes way under the belt, saying, Nikki, you can have a Kids' Choice Award because it's the closest you'll get to having kids.
So good. This was amazing.
And Miz says, WrestleMania, the whole world will find out that your life is total bullshit.
So awesome.
The actual Cena and Nikki show up. And Miz is like, wow, what took you so long to interrupt us? And Cena was like, look, I found it funny. You know, you made fun out of the Robo Cena stuff. You made fun of the house rules. And then, yeah, hell, we get married. You know, I could enjoy a spoof on Total Bellas, but then you took it personal. And the thing is, you actually believe what you think when you do it. You know, Maurice, you say Nikki kept you out of WWE, but look, you're standing in a WWE ring. And let's be honest, they didn't ask you back because, you know, they saw your talent and they didn't want you back. By the way, go to the WWE Network, search for Best of Maurice. Results, 0. And then says, the real honesty is the only reason you're back is because Miz wanted to be on Total Divas. He wanted more awareness for himself. And, you know, Miz talks about all the Hollywood stuff and going there, but, you know, I'm as brand loyal as Vince. You know, I'm not going anywhere else. You know, it's just that I'm doing a movie and then I'm coming back. You know, others have done it. Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose, Orton, Triple H, Rock, all these people. Oh, and The Miz. You know, except all that Miz has done is make crappy remakes of what I did. By the way, the latest Marine movie is out. Also featuring Naomi, Maurice, Heath Slater, Bo Dallas, and Curtis Axel. So, you know, we've already established it's fucking shit. Wait to start your film careers, guys.
We'll get to that in a little bit. I actually have a piece of news about that that's coming up later tonight.
And then John's like, you know, it's the women's revolution. Last week, Nicole lifted a 220-pound man. Are we actually establishing the fuck that Ellsworth is 220 pounds?
Yeah, I doubt that one.
22.
Maybe worked weight, possibly, but
22.
shoot weight, no
pounds.
way.
22 pounds. Oh, and also, while we're here, you've been married for quite a while, guys. Where's your kids? Something wrong, Miz? You're firing blanks? Don't. You know, I told you not to bring a knife to a gunfight, but you don't listen. You always blame somebody when something goes wrong. Both physically and mentally, I'm going to hit you in the face on Sunday. And I noticed that bit at the end when you stripped off and revealed your true self. So John takes off his gear as well and says, you know, I've stripped away everything that makes people think of me. I'll crush you. You and Maurice will be destroyed because you'll waste your time memorizing all the house rules, but you forgot the one rule. You want to be tough? Act tough. Or you are gutless, spineless cowards. And, you know, prove me wrong. Prove to me that you're the it couple, not the it couple. Ferdinand, rated E for everyone.
That was the doctor of thugonomics right there on the microphone. Serious Cena is always the best.
Cena says, you know what? I'll give you a free shot. But if you take a shot, if you swing, I'll swing back. And Maurice, if you want to get involved, don't worry. Nikki's right here, and she'll just knock the Botox right out of your cheeks. So they stare each other down for probably like 15, 20 seconds. And then Miz and Maurice leave. But then Miz turns back and gets on the apron. And he's like, "No, I'll teach you." And Maurice pulls him away and walks to the back. And Cena just adds, "Wow, perhaps it's not firing blanks. Maybe you got nothing to fire with." Then just randomly, Nikki gets the mic and goes, "Miz and Maurice, you're fake. And we're going to kick your ass." It's like, shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth.
If she wouldn't have said anything, this would have been a perfect segment. But she ruined it.
To be honest, she needed to say something, but what she said was, I think, written by somebody from the days of our lives, rather than somebody that knows how to actually use the English language.
Yeah, that didn't work for me.
So now it's time for the 10-man tag, featuring people that were in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, confirming that, the actual tag division you might actually give a fuck about isn't going to be represented at WrestleMania. So it's American Alpha, Slater and Rhino with Mojo. Worth noting, where the fuck is Apollo Crews?
That's a good question.
Is he dead?
Well, I actually can answer that, but we'll get to that a little bit later.
He's dead? Oh, shit.
No, he's not dead.
Taking on Breezango, the Usos, who are apparently dressed up like they part Run DMC, part the Get Out titles from the poster for Get Out. That font on their fucking shirts is the Get Out font.
Yeah, it kind of is.
And Ziggler as well. Not too bad of a multi-man match. All of them. They did spots towards the end where, like, throwing people over the top rope, obviously going, hey, somebody from this brand's winning at Smackdown. We lied. Unless if fucking Breezango somehow managed to win one of them, I'd be like, I would approve. Weirdly,
I'll be so happy if it happens.
But the way they've established it with the 10 people here, it's like all these fuckers, even Rhino, are going to get thrown out in the first 4 seconds. So Shaq can win.
Well, he is in town, so anything's possible.
Oh, fuck. He's actually... They're going to pay him for that rather than an actual one-on-one match. I swear that'll be what it is. Because they sort of realized if they do a one-on-one match, it'll be shit.
He could show up because he's actually going to be on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on Monday night. So it is very possible we could see Shaq at WrestleMania, after all.
But
we have the list of all 30 now.
Mojo wins it for the faces, I guess. With a running forearm to Tyler Breeze.
Yeah. Stop pushing Mojo, guys. Seriously, it's not working. It doesn't work.
Then Luke Harper's got a promo saying, once a snake, always a snake. You were blinded by your ego when you cast me aside, Bray. But now I've seen the truth. And it's a truth without you, Wyatt. I'm free. And if I were you, Bray, I'd run. Filament Bob! They got one of those dimmable bulbs. They cost more in bloody Home Depot.
They do.
Yeah.
Main event time up next.
Turn that knob, motherfuckers. So they run through the WrestleMania card, confirming everything. The 6-pack challenge with the SmackDown Women's title, the Cruiserweight title, and the Andre the Giant Battle Royal will be on pre-show.
Yep.
And the Raw tag title being a ladder match. I think that's the last change that we're going to be getting.
It's a 2-hour pre.
We're locked into the 13.
It's a 2-hour pre-show with the first hour being exclusive to the network, and the second hour is going to be aired on USA.
Oh, they're doing that shit again, right?
Yep.
Wait, so the cruiserweights are going to be just... Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's what makes me think the cruiserweight title is not going up first.
The cruiserweight title is going first. Because it's exclusive to the network. Just like 205 Live. Because they'll push on USA. Look, it's the Women's Revolution. 6-pack challenge. Oh, wait, the match is shit. Well, fuck.
All this leads to the main event.
Wyatt and Harper, which actually isn't too bad. Obviously,
short,
they can't do a lot because they can't do a lot because we're 5 days from WrestleMania. We don't want anybody getting injured. The really interesting twist is at the end. So Harper does a pretty sweet super kick and a discus clothesline. Wyatt gets his hand to the ropes. And Harper's like, God damn it, I thought it was free. And then he looks at Harper, who's managed to get back up to his knees. And apparently none of the notes anywhere that I've seen acknowledge this. Apart from the ones I had to make. Black liquid was coming out of Wyatt's mouth. Not in a sort of like misting the person thing. Just as if, you know, he's like drunk oil. That sort of weird crap. Like, and, you know, that's enough to confuse the fuck out of Harper to just hit him with Sister Abigail and get the win. And Bray's on his knees and it's like, follow the buzzards. And then all of a sudden, Orton appears on the Titantron. So yeah, they didn't even have Orton wrestle on this show. They're that fucking scared. Also worth noting, no Dean Ambrose or Baron Corbin.
They were on Talking Smack.
Yeah, but in a pre-recorded thing, not in like any sort of like action. And Orton's back at the Hallowed Grounds and says, you know, last week he said that Sister Abigail had made you Lord of Lords by embracing her. You know, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful. You know, you think you've won? And he's got this weird fucking cross, which looks to be a cross between a Celtic cross and the Seth Rollins logo. It looked stupid. He says, you know, I'll strike the symbol into her grave and into her heart. And I will end Sister Abigail once and for all and seal my fate and your fate at WrestleMania. Nothing will stand in my way. So it's like, okay, we're doing a cult. You know, this isn't American Horror Story. You know, this isn't classic old school stuff. I'm pretty sure people realize that a lot of the supernatural shit ain't real.
It was just bizarre.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, you've wasted you've wasted the budget. You basically you took the money you were going to give to Shaq for a proper match and used it all on this one little bit by nailing a fucking stick in the ground. Weird ending. Which at the same time, again, though, because it's weird, it distracts you from the fact that they've 50-50 booked it.
I really, really
Every
want
single
Bray to
match
retain.
on every single match on the SmackDown side, I honestly can't definitively say who's winning. Every single one, they've left it up in the air. Because even in the back of my mind, part of me is wondering whether Cena and Nikki aren't going to win.
My God,
I
it'd
think
be
that's
amazing.
the most likely. That's the most likely to be to be an actual Cena and Nikki win. But if you look at the rest of them, the women's 6-pack challenge, I don't know. Shane and AJ, they did very little interactions. Ambrose and Corbin did nothing apart from promos on Talking Smack, where they were clearly partly trying to copy the UFC stuff that happened a few months back. Except with remote control, which was just nonsensical. The Orton Wyatt thing, that's a whole sort of mystery, and I guess that's it.
I just want them to have the guts to put the Miz and Maurice over, to let Bray Wyatt retain, to let Alexa Bliss retain. I mean, I want to see some surprises. Like, there is a tinge of thought in my mind that they may not go with the obvious this year, and that makes me happy. Because I want to see some upsets that are going to shock the wrestling world on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Also worth noting, because it doesn't really tie into 205 Live, because it's Talking Smack. Kudos to Daniel Bryan.
Of course.
The only fucker in the entire 5 hours of wrestling put on this week that actually acknowledged the passing of Jan Ross.
Exactly.
Because part of me is thinking WWE is going to do bugger all on WrestleMania weekend, apart from probably do something personally for Jim, which they won't show on TV because they don't want to acknowledge Jim even exists, especially if he's going to be not only commentating already on the New Japan Access stuff, but possibly commentating on the competition in the UK. You know, full credit to Brian and like whoever was in charge of Talking Smack for actually doing something.
Right. I agree on that for sure.
So for 205 Live, because it came straight after. So we started with Dasha, with Neville, and they basically start off replaying Neville's match last night with. Oh, I should know. It's Jack Gallagher superplex to super kick to superplex, and then the Rings of Saturn. And then Aries, New Day, butt wiggling. Neville was like, all the comments made last night and the reaction from the fans shows how little I'm being respected around here. And tonight I'll show everybody what 205 Live would be like without evil. Sorry, Neville. So we start off with Swan versus Daivari. Basically, good old Austin Aries managed to fuck Dar up somehow. So
Yeah,
Dar wasn't cleared to wrestle. I don't know whether it was that spot where he landed on his face wrong.
I think it's a combination of everything, really.
Who knows? But they still had a good match. Swan winning with a Phoenix Splash. So then afterwards, we're back with Dasha. And she's asked about Dar and says he wanted to compete, but they wouldn't clear him, so he wasn't able to, show up. And then Swan comes in and says, man, I was looking forward to our match, pass on a get well soon message from me. And then Alicia gets delivered a package. and it's some perfume, and Swan just goes, "Someone must really like you," and walks off. So they're basically doing it as if Swan's behind it, but I mean, I understand your idea of it being Fox herself, but I somehow think it's also possibly somebody that's coming in
It could be.
that we don't know. So now after commercial, Dash is back. Actually, no, it isn't. Drew Gulak's just backstage talking with Mustafa Ali, saying that I wanted to talk about your match last week. You know, I think your ability can put us on the map, but I don't think it's the right map. And Ali says, "Look, the crowds like the high risk moves, and you know, if they think it's good, then I'll give it to them." And Drew's like, "Come on, what do you want this to become? You want all the greatest athletes in professional wrestling to risk their lives for audience-pleasing flippy crap? There needs to be a grassroots campaign for wholesome," and then it's interrupted by Mustafa Ali's music, and he's like, "I've got to go, man, I got a match." So he said the word campaign. Yes! Who's writing this shit? CZ Duff! CZ Duff! I approve. I approve. Have I stressed enough that I approve? So Mustafa Ali's taking on local jobber / talent.
Brandon Scott.
But jobber, because he's obviously going to lose. Brandon Scott. Not too bad from Brandon, to be quite honest. I don't want to say he's got a Chris Hero sort of figure, but he's fat. Thanks, Scott Steiner. Apparently, he's lost his balls. Ali wins with the inward 450. And then afterwards, Drew Gulak, watching backstage on telly, is shaking his head. He is pissed. He's very pissed. And then we get the match, which was pretty damn good. Tozawa versus Kendrick. I understand why they did what they did with the whole finish where the turnbuckle somehow manages to get exposed by accident. And that, Tozawa goes for his charge into the corner, but Kendrick moves, so Tozawa hits the exposed turnbuckle and Kendrick rolls him up. And then Kendrick's lesson number 9, which, we're already on the same number of fucking lessons as the carol services that you get on Christmas Eve, people. 9 lessons. Anything and everything can be used as a weapon, especially a blow-up doll. So that's all the wrestling done. So now Neville makes his way out and says, "We're 5 days out from Mania, but I'm at a crossroad. I'm reflecting on my life and career, my trials and tribulations. I've not had it easy. I faced many trials and tribulations and had to pick myself up time after time. I've been overlooked time and time again, but I've picked myself up. And last year, 3 weeks out from my first ever Mania, I broke my ankle. And the world revolved as if nothing had happened. So I picked myself up and came to 205 Live. And I've changed the landscape of this brand. Without me, there would be no match at WrestleMania. I'm trying to work that out. Because if we're going on WWE logic, if he was injured again, he'd have to drop the belt.
Pretty much.
No, this isn't Shimmer. This isn't Shimmer where you're injured, you don't lose the belt because that. I didn't even realize that until I saw it on Facebook today. Shimmer's like, if somebody's injured, it's only fair if unless it's like a career-ending injury, when they're back, that's when they defend the belt. It's not worth punishing anybody for, something that is against their will. So what we've established in Shimmer is just injure yourself forever and you'll be champions forever. Pretty cool move. But anyway, Neville says, you'd rather cheer for a commentary clown, an individual that makes cheap little jokes. And, if that's who you want to dethrone the king of the cruiserweights, be careful what you wish for. Now, I'm lining up a video package to show everybody what 205 Live will be like without me. Roll the footage. And the screen is black. And about 15 people start chatting Botchamania. And, those 15 people, you're fucking idiots. Because, it's not Botchamania. That's the whole fucking idea. Because he says, you see? What would it be like without me? Nothing! It's just like, I am 205 Live. But most of all, WrestleMania isn't about Aries. It's not about 205 Live. It's not about even the Cruiserweight title. It's solely about me having my long overdue moment in the sun. Which is fucking ironic because, as Owen said, it will be 92 degrees, so there's going to be a shit ton of fucking sun.
Yes, there will be.
So Aries interrupts and says, that's the difference between you and me. You want to point the finger at the universe and run everybody down to feed your ego? Yeah. I'll give credit where it's due. I won't say that there's a 205 Live without me, but with me, it's twice as good. I won't say that, you're not a good talent worthy of the belt, but I'll say I'm a little bit better. I like to use my wit and sharp tongue to add humor to things, because otherwise I'd be as angry and as well as you, Neville. But, those things we are different on, but in some ways we're not so different. We've both had to prove people wrong. Everything we have now, we fought for it. People haven't wanted to give things to us. We've both got big egos. We've both got big ships on our shoulders. And that brings us to the place where most are like. No matter where we are on the card, this is clearly a jibe at the fact that they're on the fucking pre-show. Or possibly the pre-show show. Wherever we are on the card, when we walk out that curtain and go down that ramp and get to that ring, we are the main attraction. And we're going to tear this. Obviously, you don't swear, but, clearly the sentiment both of them are making in this shit. And that's what we're going to do Sunday. You can talk about me not being competition. You can say I'm a clown and a joke. You can say it as many times as you want. But I know that Neville knows exactly who I am and exactly what I can do in the ring. And he's basically going to say, come Sunday, I'm going to be champ. And Neville attacks him. Neville basically goes to leave, comes back. Aries smacks him with the mic. Locks on sort of last chance, but Neville manages to escape and head up the ramp. And that's how we end 205 Live. That is that in all respects is, if I pause it, the ultimate. Oh shit, it's a roller coaster.
That's right. And
I'm
speaking of
dinner, because there's probably people talking in the chat, talking about the WrestleMania shit that's going down. I'm allowing you to acknowledge that on the stream for people watching on archive, because I don't know whether the chat even gets archived on these videos.
It is not.
Thanks, YouTube.
No, Jeremy is talking about the Hardys showing up at Mania. We'll get to that later. Don't worry. If you didn't check out the show on Monday, you didn't hear that I brought this up with them setting up a ladder match, and apparently word has gone out that if ladders were involved in this program, that would equal out to the return of the Hardys. And I would not be shocked if the Hardys drop the Ring of Honor tag belts at Supercard of Honor to the Young Bucks on Saturday night and then win the Raw tag team titles from two more Bullet Club members, the Good Brothers, on Sunday night.
They're fucking good, son.
Yeah, would not shock me one bit. Let's move on to Impact.
Oh. I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, some of the stuff, it was like, you know what I think is fucking farcical? Impact Wrestling is openly tweeting about how they're the ones ITV's World of Sport Wrestling today. I find that interesting, considering, you know, they're on a different station when they actually air their own product, but they're trying to hype up product that's on another station. How does the original station feel about that?
I don't think it matters.
Especially because that's the station that's now fucked, because that station was doing a 128-man tournament, which I guess they're just going to have to get 128 random people from, like, you know, a youth hostel.
So
and probably Rey Mysterio. So Impact. Oh, wait, by the way, Impact in memory of Jan Ross. Everybody, bar fucking WWE, acknowledged Jim's wife passing away. How tacky does that make WWE look now? Man. Whoa. And then, holy shit, it's the owl. Because it's, you know, that's the opening screen. Every time I see that, it scares the shit out of me. So we open up with Davey Richards versus Suicide. What's the tagline they're giving them?
Natural born killers.
Born thrillers, is it?
Killers.
Oh, they're actually saying that they're natural born killers.
Yeah.
Well, Davey Richards is not Woody Harrelson, so this is fucking null and void. Seriously. Also, I don't think Quentin Tarantino want to be seen anything to do with this shit. Richards won. With the stiff kick to the head and everything. Not too bad a match, but it's like... And of course, all the bloody commentators were talking about was themselves. And of course, that she is coming. Apparently. So now bloody Josh Matthews saying, you know, Borash wasn't even concentrating on this match. He was on his phone looking at the Stooge reports. That's no way to talk about Will Sasser. It was his choice to do the Three Stooges movie. How dare. So then we get a video about LAX, which seems to be part Lucha Underground, part video game. And Conan says, none of the Impact crackers are going to be able to do anything about us. So yeah, that sort of language is really good. Yeah. I can't wait for somebody to call Bobby Lashley a honky, because I think that's the way we're going if people are crackers. Christ. Welcome to the 1950s. Gorgeous George is alive and well, and his name is Bruce Pritchard. He just needs to say I love you again, and then we'll realize he's back to being his old school style. So Mackenzie Mitchell's with the drunk Laurel Van Ness. And she's, I'm fine. But I'm not. I'm supposed to be having babies. And then started naming them and like saying, do you want to see the pictures? And Mitchell was like, oh yeah, sure. And Van Ness said, they don't exist. Like, I don't think this is just alcohol. I think there must be drugs involved. At the minute, she's more psychotic than fucking Rosemary.
Yeah, for sure.
And that ain't gonna fly. Because Rosemary's 50 Shades of fucked up. And the way they're doing it, Laurel Van Ness is 50,000 shades of fucked up.
You'll see where this
That's
goes.
how it goes. And then Sienna's trying to calm her down, saying, shouldn't blame Maria. Maria gave everything. You need to blame Ali and Saxton. They took it away from you. Oh, so basically they were marrying Braxton so he could create babies.
You just called him Saxton.
Oh,
you combined his name.
I combined Braxton Sutter and became Saxton. Saxton Brotter. There you go. Saxton Brotter. Yeah. Sorry. I mainly know him as Pepper Parks.
I know him as Pepper Parks too, and that's what I said to him when we met him last year.
Van Ness needs to be ready because we got a surprise. And Laurel's bloody going, the sun will come out tomorrow. It's, at least we've found a gimmick that actually is sort of interesting for Laurel.
She's great. She plays an amazing drum.
Shame about the fucking wrestling, bitch. I will say, though, she isn't as bad compared to some people on this show. We'll get to them in a minute. So now it's time for, look, we hire people outside of America match. Because we've got Idris Abraham, Falabar, Mario Baccara taking on Mahabali Shera, Laredo Kid, and Garza Jr. Where's Mike Tenay?
I wish Tenay was calling this match.
Yeah, because he'd go, who is this fucker Shera? What is he doing here?
Yeah, second
Holy
time.
Shit. Fucking Shera got the win.
Yeah.
With a bloody sky high. Why is he calling it that? Why is he calling it after a fucking awesome song from a fucking awesome Hong Kong Kung Fu movie with George fucking Lazenby as the villain?
Well, first off, I don't think he actually officially named his move. So it's a sky high until he names it.
Yeah, but he won't name it. He'll name it when he's in Ring of King again, when that starts up.
Sure,
which is basically the Indian tapings. That's the Indian tapings. The thing is, of course, we're doing this showcase 5 minutes. Nobody got the chance to do fucking anything. Really. Which is a shame. Because from what they did show, bar Shera, they all look interesting.
It was decent. I can assure you the match was better live than it was on television. Except when Shera was in the ring.
There's a fucking limo backstage. How the fuck did they get the money to pay to hire a limo? So then it's time for Rosemary and Decay, well, mainly Decay, really, with Rosemary, to take on Reno Scum. Reno Scum won, which, you know, if you look at it, is a pretty cool thing. But the way they presented it, it really looked as if Reno Scum sort of won just by chance, sort of thing. It didn't really emphasize the fact that, you know, we should actually be trying to want them to win. Really.
The crowd got hugely into them.
But the weird thing is that didn't reflect on the television. That's the really bad thing. And the great thing is that also meant that who gives a fuck about Decay? So in one fell swoop, you made both teams look bad. Not great. Which is annoying. Then Fury will be unleashed. I'm guessing that's Brian.
I don't know what's going on.
Or next week.
It's a stable.
Well, not next week. 2 weeks time. They're going to preempt it by airing Brad Pitt's Fury.
It's probably the stable, the one that I alluded to on Twitter that actually got a little bit of traction by Twitter, by Kevin Matthews, when I talked about Laurel's new stable with Sienna, Kevin Matthews, and Congo Kong. And I think that may be what we're leading to.
Oh, Christ. Sorry, I thought it was interesting. You know, I thought it was as interesting as the Miracle stuff. Like, no.
So Fury could be KM, it could be Congo Kong.
So now it's time for Eli Drake versus Moose.
Nope.
Except, interestingly, shit was happening in the back. Basically, the limo wasn't her. It was them, because it's Cody and Brandy. And Cody says, look, I'm not doing anything stupid. As Brandy's trying to stop him. And basically just murders Moose. Hits him with a steel chair. You know, it goes to the ring side and...
It's Crossroads on the ramp.
Yeah. And Brandy shows up and says, no, leave. And then, of course, Josh Matthews is like, you knew this was coming, Moose. You know, you've been called out for the last 2 weeks and, you know, hell, you even went to Japan to avoid him. What did James Storm avoid him? In the same show, except he was there but not there. Moose is gone forever as we come back from break, I think, or whatever. And again, we're doing the whole, you know, who is she? You know, why wasn't she in the limo? So now it's time for LAX versus DCC. Part of me is wondering why the shit is Homicide there. Because if he's not going to be an in-ring wrestler, what's his presence there for? Are they having to have him in to justify the LAX thing?
I think you're going to see Homicide get involved in the next set of tapings on April 20th.
Hopefully.
Because they really had a golden opportunity to have him and Eddie Kingston square off, and they didn't even interact at all.
No. But EYFBO looked good, I will say that.
Yeah, they did. They looked really good. They were all the tapings.
Winning with the 747. So then afterwards, Storm blamed Eddie Kingston, which is weird because he wasn't even in the fucking match. So they started shoving.
You didn't see what happened? Kingston spit water in Storm's face.
Oh, yeah, the miscommunication.
Yep.
It's not even in the notes here.
I was there. I remember it.
Thanks, Mike Johnson.
It's in my notes. Mike Johnson wasn't there. I was.
Yeah. But yeah, Storm was like, I started all this. I'm the cowboy. I understand why they're getting rid of the DCC, but just as it was starting to get a little bit of traction, they just have killed it.
Killed everything from the old regime. That's what this is all about.
They clearly haven't. With Bobby Lashley still there. He's
Everything
the
they didn't believe in.
I don't. Who the fuck believes in Bobby Lashley? Oh, I'm a wrestler. I'm committed to it. By the way, see me in Bellator, motherfuckers. Now fucking Bruce Pritchard backstage. That's another point. How many fucking people have we got in charge of this fucking company right now? I thought WWE was bad with having 2 authority figures. At the rate we're going, I think TNA by the end of May is going to have 4 people.
Potentially.
You've got Jeff Jarrett, who's already being labeled as Chief Creative Officer, who will show up sooner rather than later.
He'll be showing up on the 20th.
His wife, Dutch Mantel, Bruce Pritchard, who knows who the fuck else.
You do know that Jarrett now has a t-shirt available on Impact's website.
Does it say, where's my fucking gold, Jeff?
It says, listen up, slapnuts.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And it's in gold, so that's for you, Ashley. Slapnuts is in gold, so there you go. There's your gold. It's on the t-shirt.
I don't even fucking care. Did Slapnuts pay for the advertisement?
I don't think so.
Fucking hell. But anyway, Bruce Pritchard's with Lashley, and Lashley says, runs down all his accolades in amateur wrestling and everything. It's weird. It's supposed to be like an interview, but it was more like fucking propaganda. Then DJZ wants to make Impact great again, which is a shame because apparently nobody gives a shit about the X Division right now. Don't think it even appeared on this show properly. Just look through the notes. Yeah, no, it didn't. No X Division action on this show at all. Great. Mackenzie Mitchell then announced Moose versus Cody next week for the Grand Championship. Then brought in Ali and Braxton. And Braxton says, Ali's the best thing that ever happened to me, and I wasn't going to let anybody threaten her. I'll defend her to the day she died. And it's like, Ali is being so fucking wasted being this, I don't know how to wrestle, when she's probably one of the best wrestlers around on the indie scene right now.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Impact, but it's indie. If you're letting her do Smash Wrestling and all these Shimmer shows and everything, where she actually makes more of a name of herself as Cherry Bomb than she does on Impact, she's indie. Speaking of indie, or more like the silent shit bit at the start of it, Rebel versus ODB.
I had to watch this twice in 3 days. And it was the same match both times.
ODB won via trying to fuck Earl Hebner.
Yes.
Practically. And Rebel was fucking terrible. You let Mia Yim / Jade go for fucking Rebel. Dean Moorhead, fuck off, you cunt. Ed Nordstein, whoever the fuck it is at Impact Ventures, fuck off, you cunts. You clearly do not have intelligence. If you want to make Impact great again, give us wrestlers, not people that don't, Rebel's nearly on the level of Eva Marie. She's
That's about
that
right.
green. She's that green. She's that terrible. Even Chelsea fucking Green / Laurel Van Ness is better than Rebel. Probably isn't saying much, but whatever.
Well, the only person that Rebel worked during this entire set of tapings was ODB. So I didn't really get a chance to see her work with anybody else.
So Lashley's still doing his sit-down interview, saying how he almost got shot and destroyed his knee while dropping down. Is he 50 Cent? Well, no, 50 Cent actually did get shot, but whatever. And Pritchard basically says, have you got a chip on your shoulder? And says, no. I know what I'm capable of, so that's why I work so hard at it. She's weird because he's a heel, but the way he did the interview, it's like he's a face. What the shit?
He has a mixed reaction
What is he
with the
supposed
crowd,
to be?
too.
Because he clearly isn't a tweener. He's either one or the other. Brilliant. I mean, not brilliant. Anyway, then Lashley's in action taking on Jake Holmes. So, yeah, jobber. Lashley wins with a spear in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was short.
So, time for she to be revealed. And holy shit, it's Karen Jarrett. And Jarrett said, her family started the company with their hard work, sweat, and tears. Wait, Kurt Angle fucking founded TNA? What the shit has Karen Jarrett got to do with anything that the Jarretts did 15 years ago?
They're just
Seriously.
they're just using that.
The old Karen would have come up and given everybody all the answers they want, but instead I'm going to look to the future and all the changes. So everybody started chanting, "Fire Josh."
Yep.
And thank the incredibly hard-working crew. Yeah, they didn't get paid for fucking months. And then EC3 cut her off. We've got the best fans in the world. And the production's great. The entire team rules. But the most important part's the locker room. And it's one of the best locker rooms he's ever been in. And it feels like he's George Patton, a leader for the locker room. And, even the new guys who don't want to introduce themselves are great. Everyone wants to make Impact great again. But it was always great since I was here. Began beating legends, shaved some heads, and become the only true original star the company's ever created. Sorry, but people already got attention from you when you were Derek Bateman. Possibly for the wrong reasons. But you can't be considered a true original star where the only reason you're in Impact is because NXT let you go. But, I'm making Impact great, but not for Jarrett's name. I'm doing it for the Carters. And it's like,
keep that in mind.
yeah. I don't even care. Do not bring that fucking bitch up ever again.
No. You don't get it. Well, the reason why they're doing that is they're making a subtle thought in the back of your mind that EC3 is going to turn heel. And he is.
No, he's going to be face.
No, he's not.
Lashley's the heel. He's going to be face. It's obvious.
He's
going to
already
attack
face.
Lashley, and everybody's going to cheer because they don't like Lashley. And then TNA's fucked up because they've got a heel who's a face and a face who's a heel.
Well, obviously, Lashley's not the direction they're going with moving on these tapings, so.
Probably. Where the fuck's Alberto? Getting married.
He had to do the convention. That's the reason he only could do one day. He left for New York. He did the con, and then he came back and did the final night of tapings.
So Josh Matthews has heard enough. And basically, why are you bringing in legends? I hoped that Bruce Pritchard was dead and that Dutch is 270 years old. Borash is a stooge and the fans don't pay to get in since they can't afford a ticket. Way to disrespect the people that actually come to your fucking show. If I'd have gone, being a diehard, which as you can tell from my expressions, I'm not, which is weird because, the UK should be somebody they actually give a fuck about. If Matthews made comments like that, even if it's storyline or not, I wouldn't go back.
I thought, honestly, it was a brilliant heel tactic. I really did. If they're going to play that up, they might as well, honestly.
Yeah, but if there's less people at the tapings, what is it, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's next week, isn't it?
No, April 20th.
Okay, it is in a few weeks.
Yep.
If it's going to take that long for people to show up, if there's going to be less people there than there are now, it's going to look worse.
I don't think that's going to happen, honestly.
Apparently, Matthew says the problem is Karen Jarrett, and she's part of the three-headed monster. And it's only a matter of time before the Jarrett family is gone from Impact forever. Wait, so you just got rid of the cunts that didn't pay you, Matthews, and you're already trying to get rid of the new paymasters? Apparently, Matthews wants this company to fail. That's his ulterior motive. He's a plant by WWE to make sure the company fails. I've just realized this. It makes perfect sense. And Karen slapped the shit out of him. I really do not know what the shit is going on and what the whole end game is to get to Slammiversary. I probably shouldn't because we're still 2 months away, but
we'll see.
It's looking convoluted and not in a way. I really hope they step their game up when they're actually on British television again. And I'm guessing that'll be for the shows, the next tapings, because I think it's like mid-April that it's on. Keep in mind as well, they're still wanting people to pay to watch it on the fucking app. Also, in a farcical move, the version they're airing on television is going to be SD only. And if you want the HD version, you've still got to be paying on the app. Jesus Christ. Not even Flow Slam's that bad. And that's $20 a month. Some of the really booking, but some of the even business decisions that back ventures are a little nonsensical. It's clouding my judgment right now. It's not. I can't separate the stuff that's on the front of the screen from all the shenanigans and all the deals that are being done off the screen. You know, the World of Sport Wrestling stuff, the India tour. You know, the fact that they're trying to go back on the road doing live events, but giving no indication as to when that actually is even starting. Yeah. I want to talk more positively about it, but the way they're presenting it to me, it just seems a hot mess. Especially with Rebel.
I enjoy the product live, at least. I don't know how it comes off on television, but I'm still okay with what I'm seeing live. But So, speaking of Impact a little bit, in a roundabout way, let's talk about Pro Wrestling Noah.
Okay. What's this?
I think I might be a week behind. Yes, for some reason, I still have the Noah results from the Great Voyage in Yokohama on March 12th. So we already talked about that show. Yes, we did.
Yeah, I'm getting confused. I was like, Noah ain't going to be doing anything for a while.
Let's talk about the World of Sport deal then.
So yeah, it's they're going to be taping late May over, I think, 3 days, Friday, Saturday. Well, it might be actually only be Friday and Saturday. It's either 2 or 3 days, but it's going to be 10 episodes. They're going to air it over the summer, basically as sort of a trial run. My only problem is they're doing it over the summer, which is normally when most people wouldn't watch. And the key thing also would be the time thing, because I've got a feeling they're going to try and put it early evening to lead into the Saturday evening stuff that they have got lined up and whatever, which I think could be a bit risky. You know, the pitching that they're doing. Also, the statement from ITV was ITV Wrestling is back. The statement from Impact was Impact. Hold the sport. Impact. It was like, Jesus Christ. We know what this is. It's trying to get everybody to watch Spike when that starts up. Or no, I guess it will already have started up by the time it'll come around. And the fact that Jarrett was at the press conference, I was like, Christ. And the fact that they can't establish it with just British talent, they're going to have to get international talent in. World of Sport has just become a shindy. A show that was all about the best of British wrestling is going to be, oh, look, here's the American talent EC3. Like, okay, a British wrestling show with non-British wrestlers. That's my only criticism. They're just doing it to basically act as a secondary brand for the Impact people to work on. Which is why I'm concerned.
So that's that news then.
Let's see how it goes. I'm willing to give it a chance, but it's just I'm concerned about it's just going to be a hot mess. In the hottest of all messes.
All right, so we move on from Impact to UFC.
Wow, not for this week. Well, in terms of the UFC, they're obviously still trying to hype up the whole GSP Bisping stuff for their show coming up in a month or so. And Bellator, I think, had their press conference this week for the Madison Square Garden stuff, which Wanderlei Silva wasn't even at, but I guess they had pre-recorded comments or whatever, so he did cause some eyebrows to raise, I guess, if you could call it that. Not that much is happening because obviously the next UFC show's next weekend. I mean, it's 210 the pay-per-view. But this Friday, if you don't want to watch the Hall of Fame ceremony, Spike TV is going to have Bellator 175 Rampage versus King Mo 2 from the Allstate Arena in Illinois. It's not Chicago anymore, apparently. It's Rosemont. There's a difference, apparently. Whatever. Obviously, because it's a Bellator show, there's about 15,000 preliminary fights, which I won't run through because there's nobody on them that really stands out. You know, most of them will be on Spike.com anyway, both pre and post the main event, which I always think is weird. You know, I understand back in the day when they did the whole wrestling shows and had matches afterwards and, you know, before sort of thing on the big pay-per-views, but man. The main card itself, 2 featherweight fights, opening with Node Lohat versus Lloyd Carter, and later on Marcus Galvo versus Emmanuel Sanchez. They bookmark the second fight of the night, a lightweight bout with Steve Cazzola taking on Jake Roberts. And then your co-main and your main, both in the heavyweight division. We got Sergey Kartitonov taking on Chase Gormley. And the main event itself, you had the title of the show, Quentin Rampage Jackson taking on Muhammad King Mo Lawal. They'll probably be hyping the shit out of May 19 as well, which is not Kane this time. That'll be the Bellator UK show that they're doing co-producing with Bama. So there'll be some British stuff on there. Also, the really confusing thing, I haven't noted the date down exactly, but some point between Friday, you know, between the start of April and the May 19 show, one of the undercards is going to have Bellator kickboxing championships on it. So it's getting weird. They have that much confidence in Bellator being MMA that they have to fill up a card with like 6 or 7 kickboxing fights on Spike.com rather than Spike TV. Huh? I think it's June 24 for the pay-per-view bit itself.
All right. Well, this moves from UFC to WCPW.
And we officially can reveal. The interesting thing is I cannot find results for the Scottish qualifiers, which we're not going to reveal anyway because we'll follow WCPW's wishes and talk about it when it's on YouTube. Also worth noting, WCPW opened up with "In Loving Memory of Jan Ross." See, everybody's talking about it, bar WWE.
I have found the World Cup Scottish qualifying results. So
Okay. You have to send me the link and I can find out, find out privately before we talk about it next week.
right.
Then we had the English national anthem being sung, and I'm like, Christ, this is actually like old school World of Sport Wrestling. We're standing for the national anthem, motherfuckers. Also importantly, Striker and Bradshaw on commentary. Oh, thank God. So we opened up with Ospreay versus Kirby. Obviously the matches that they've had previously, but still a solid affair. But you sort of felt, and this is always the problem when you do one-night tournaments, you felt like this could have been better, but they were holding back because one of the guys is wrestling again later on tonight. Deal. Ospreay wins with the Oscutter. Worth noting. Then we've got Rampage versus Nick Aldis, which wasn't too bad, to be quite honest. Rampage reversing a small package into a small package of Rampage's own to win and progress on. Worth noting that also from here, you could sort of tell that this Nottingham crowd did not give a shit about anything, which is a bit worrying. So now Kennedy's on commentary, apparently with Striker, because he's scouting Liam Slater, which is interesting. So it's Slater and Riddle taking on Prospect. By the way, somehow Prospect are going to be wrestling on this WCPW show. I somehow think, even though they're not going to reach their goal with the crowdfunding, unless of course WCPW covers it up by basically having some mysterious benefactor give them money, because from what I remember, if I can find it, when I looked earlier, they weren't even halfway to the 2,000 that they need. Quick to Indiegogo. As it stands, Prospect need, is it £2,000? Yeah, £2,000. They currently have 888. They've only got 2 days, which if they did, they're gonna have to get a bloody interesting flight. So yeah, I think the whole gimmick of the whole Prospect tour, part of me is wondering whether the money that they're using for Prospect to Orlando is whether WCPW might actually start doing their weekly magazine again, which suddenly died after 3 issues. Anybody notice that one? Anyway, not too actually bad a match, considering how Kennedy's obviously trying to bury Prospect's chances and everything, and he's scouting Slater and you got Riddle and all that stuff. Slater hits the Swan Dive headbutt on Archer for the win, so more money lost. So much so that they actually put like a graphic up saying £0. Which is interesting because according to this, the actual fund, they've actually got 888, but whatever. So now it's Marty Scurll versus Zack Sabre Jr. As good as you'd hope it'd be. Again, not as good as it could have been because they were holding back, because Saber's going on in the tournament, because basically Skull went for the chicken wing and locked it on, but Saber managed to roll back and bridge himself to get the win. And then we had Zach Gibson versus Jimmy Havoc, which is because the crowd did not give a shit about either of these people, despite the fact that Jimmy Havoc is probably one of the best British wrestlers that is out there, who, from what I can tell, is committed to nobody. Because he wasn't part of a WWE tour thing. He wasn't part of World of Sport. He hasn't been part of anything else. It's like, perhaps that's good. That actually means he might be on WWE soon. Once again, the crowd didn't give a shit of it, which is annoying. Jimmy Havoc winning with the Rainmaker for the win. So then Blompier shows up and says that there's 2 matches left, but he wants to talk about Gabriel Kidd, who's obviously the hometown kid because they're in Nottingham. Now, he saw the footage, with the whole Hendry shenanigans and all that, but he isn't going to be changing Cody versus Hendry. So, because of losing via cheating, Kidd's being added to the No Regrets internet title match on April 29th. So it'll be Cody defending against Hendry and Gabriel Kidd. And also, Kidd's going to be part of the Bullet Club to take on Prestige. And also, time for a Ring of Honor World title match. Daniel's defending against El Ligero. So El Ligero finally gets the title match that he was due from Lethal, 6 months ago?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If that. Might be more. The great thing, of course, with this is these guys not having to wrestle any other time of the night went at it. And, it was really good. The crowd sort of actually picked up for this one and was into it. The only problem is you knew nothing was going to happen, because why would they do a Ring of Honor title change? One, right before their show of the, one of their big shows of the year in Orlando, and 2, on another brand that they're not really in great cahoots with, like New Japan. Still, very good match, though, we'll say that. And sticking with that, Ricochet versus Drew Galloway. Thankfully non-title, because holy shit, this was good. Whoa, my word. The problem is this fucking crowd. This crowd wasn't really into it. The sound's bad on them, so it's not like you're actually getting their emotions properly. Despite the fact that Ricochet and Galloway had a really damn good match. And the crowd only sort of gave a damn when it was like, okay, we're looking at the time, we've got to be finishing soon, we better start cheering for them. Which is annoying. So now Blompier's backstage. Hendry shows up, who's mad at Kidd being added into the internet title match. And Hendry's like, I should beat you up, but I'll let you be. And Blompier goes through the doors, and then Prince Amin's, dead, and they're swearing, so they're bleeping it. So then we actually get to the finals for the English qualifiers, to get the 2 spots. Ospreay versus Rampage. Good match, as you'd expect. with good old B. Priestley coming out, thanks to a ref bump, distracting Rampage for Ospreay to use the WCPW tag belt, and then hit an Oz cutter to get in the final. What do they call it when they do the 16 in
Sweet 16?
March Madness? Super 16.
Sweet 16.
He's in the Super 16. Good match. Shame about B. Priestley, but I guess they had to find some reason to use her. Sounds harsh, but true. Annoyingly, the Jimmy Havoc Zack Sabre Jr. match was pretty short. But it was interesting the motif that happened here. It was short because Sabre basically murdered him. You know, he was all out, you know, just attacking him. You know, and the great thing is, again, the crowd didn't give a crap, which is annoying because Havoc and Sabre Jr. is probably going to be an awesome match, and it was. But you know, Sabre basically did like a leg lock and an armbar at the same time to force a submission, but it was sort of as if Sabre was being heel, just like hurting the guy for just hurting's sake, sort of thing. Which is interesting because obviously you've already had a heel win, but Sabre's execution of his stuff made him look heel as well. So it's a British tournament, which is international, and we're supposed to boo the English guys. Because I'm a bit concerned here. A bit concerned.
Doesn't make much sense.
And then, well, admittedly, you know, because of this, Sabre and Ospreay aren't going to be in tournament action until August?
Sounds right.
So a lot could happen between then and then. So we main event with Prestige of Henry Coffey, Gunn and Banks versus the Bullet Club of the Bucks, Cole, and Gabriel Kidd with a Bullet Club t-shirt. Not too bad a match. The only problem is, and I didn't think I'd say this, there were too many super kicks. Because Henry was doing super kicks, Coffey was doing super kicks, BT Gunn was doing super kicks, Travis Banks was doing super kicks, the Bucks, obviously, Cole was doing super kicks, and Kidd. You know, practically the referee should have been doing bloody super kicks. You could sort of tell they were just doing it for super kicks' sake. There was one nice spot, though, where the Prestige managed to force Travelodge cards down the mouths of the Bullet Club.
Interesting.
So, who knows? And then, interestingly, at the end, it was like Matt Jackson was trying to make the hot tag, and it was to Gabriel Kidd, and Jackson was like, come on, he ain't going to do it. You know, he's not one of the club, really, but has to do it. And then Gabriel Kidd super kicks the referee, so Prestige just super kicks the shit out of him. Coffee hits the black coffee, and Prestige win.
Very interesting. Not surprising, though.
Yeah. The tournament matches were pretty good, and obviously, you know, the two... You know, there's nothing terrible on this show, but other than the Ricochet Galloway match and the Ligero the Ligero Daniels thing. All I will say is thank God it's free on YouTube and not on What Culture Extra. Because I think people would be wanting a refund. For something that's been provided for free on YouTube, it's not too bad. And just to note, this Friday at I think 6 o'clock UK time, so like 1 or 2. I don't know if it's 6 or 7. I haven't got the times in front of me. But I know it's basically early afternoon US time. The Scottish leg will be airing, so people can still watch the majority of what they want to on various other things.
It's a good card, too.
It might clash with the Progress show, which could be a bit awkward. Will be archived for free on YouTube, so you can.
It's a good card, too.
Plus, they also seem to be breaking it out into separate matches as well, like they did with Loaded. So you don't have to watch it all in one go. You can watch it match by match, as it's edited. So, yeah, roll on. Leg 2, I guess, of the Cup.
9 matches on this show. It sounds like something you want to check out.
I mean, this is partially spoilers, but I'm asking Owen: is Galloway one of the 2?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that sort of isn't a spoiler because you'd think, yeah. And I'm gonna say Henry's the other.
Nope.
Oh, okay. I want to stay intrigued by that enough alone. Ah, okay. That's. I'm trying to work out whether they were in the same bracket. I can't remember where the brackets were and everything.
Nope.
No news yet on any of the other legs. Although, interestingly, Filthy Tom Lawler wants to know when the American leg is.
Yes.
Does that mean we're getting Tom Lawler versus Matt Riddle?
It's a
somewhere
very good,
down the line.
It's a very good possibility. All right. WCPW.
WCPW.
Let's go to NXT.
Which wasn't too bad.
No.
Obviously, as a head into Takeover isn't going to be a huge amount. Most of it is going to be hype and video packaging and stuff. Worth noting as well, because I noted this today when I got the card, even before it was even fucking updated. I've already said this to Owen, and he's like, "Yeah," in the way he says it. NXT Takeover Orlando has more theme songs than WrestleMania. A 2-hour show, possibly, may go longer, I don't know, has more music themes associated to it than 6+ hours of WrestleMania.
Yeah.
What?
I don't understand.
I told you, he said it in the way I was going to say. Yeah. Trying to remember what we opened with.
Well, we opened with our 3-way dance between the participants that are going to be involved in the tag title match.
Yeah. Not too.
Decent stuff. Dash Wilder steals the win. After a vicious jackknife powerbomb from Akam on Johnny Gargano. Scott Dawson grabbed Akam's leg. That distraction allowed for Dash to steal the win. Good stuff.
What was next? Because I think I missed some bits.
Video package for Aleister Black and Andrade Cien Almas, which is now going to be happening at TakeOver.
Good.
And
Did
the
we
date
actually have the Ruby Riot match?
no.
Brilliant. Way to establish her as like somebody that you should be interested in. Let's just have her show up and we'll put her in a match on the show. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Up next, we had tag team action. Heavy Machinery, Tucker Knight, Notice Dozovic taking on Johnny Vandal and QT Marshall.
Is this ring attire the best thing?
The fact that it's a mixture of Owen Hart's old gear mixed with Roadblock, yeah.
No. Who's the larger guy, Tucker or Otis?
Otis is the bigger guy. He looks like Bull James.
Yeah, but his attire's so bad, it looks like he's going to cause a wardrobe malfunction.
It's too baggy for his size. I agree with you on that.
It looks as if, we're going to get, moobs, we're going to get dick, we're going to get asshole. It's like, dear God.
Yeah.
Hide your kids, hide your wives.
Get ready because this is the next Toss tag team that's going to challenge the Authors of Pain. I bet they set that up on the tapings on the 7th. Or the 6th, sorry. Or the 5th. I'm way off today. It's April 5th.
Well, no, let's be honest. You are getting to NXT early, aren't you?
I'm going to TakeOver, yeah.
Yeah, because let's be honest. Heavy Machinery are wrestling on the pre-show.
Probably.
Which will air as NXT the following week.
I hope that we get a Chris Hero match, too.
I think it's probably obvious.
Yes. So this leads to just a straight squash. Dozovic slammed Tucker Knight on top of John Ortigan or Johnny Vandal, and they get the win. This team's fine. I don't mind this. I don't like the Authors of Pain, but they're going to be good opponents for Heavy Machinery because I know that's the direction we're going. Because after Mania, I can honestly see them sending the Revival. Well, I know the Revival are going to go to SmackDown, obviously. But are DIY going to go up yet? That's the question. Don't really have a tag division in NXT right now. William Regal's in the back with another contract signing. This time it's Asuka and Ember Moon. There wasn't much to this. Asuka just laughed at Ember.
Giggling.
Yeah, she just giggled.
Yeah.
She just giggled at Ember. And she's like, you know what? You let success get to your head. And my destiny is to beat you. And Asuka's like, you're not ready. And Ember says, I am. And Asuka laughs at her again. There wasn't anything to this. The match is going to be phenomenal, but I don't care about the build-up. I'm going to say that a lot this show, actually.
The problem with it is they're trying to say it's a face versus face. But once again, like with Mickie James, we're trying to make Asuka heel. But they're not going to. The crowd is not going to give a shit because it's Asuka.
We'll see what happens. Video package for Bobby Roode.
Then we get the... Oh, no, yeah, then we have that package, yeah.
Video package for Bobby Roode and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Wasn't much. It was just basically the video that will play before their match on Saturday, isn't it?
The video I'm going to have to watch live while I wait for the match to start.
And I think it was just here where they announced that just added to the card an 8-man tag with 2 women. What?
Who
So
predicted
yeah,
this? We did.
somehow I don't think women are men, but whatever. So yeah, as we sort of predicted last week,
Yes.
and when the tapings happened a few weeks back, it's going to be Sanity of Dane. Is it Wolf?
Dane, Wolf, Young, and Storm.
Yeah. Trying to remember the name. I know Alexander. I know Killian. I know Eric. I know Nikki. I don't know the surnames for sure. And they're going to be taking on No Way Jose, Roderick Strong, Ty Dillinger, and Ruby Riot, aka Heidi Lovelace. Or FKA, I guess it would be now.
And that's what it is on the convention circuit.
Which is making me wonder to use, because I'm guessing they'll probably use Peyton on the pre-show.
That's my guess.
I wonder if Peyton's taking on Kimberly.
That's a possibility.
As a jobber situation, at least for now. And again, do they want to put... I think Peyton will be beating somebody. I don't want it to be Kimber, but that's the only one that comes off to mind from people that they've signed.
Well, there's always Mandy Rose.
True.
And there's Mary, even though they're not doing anything with her right now.
Well, we also possibly Tony Storm, probably not because of the Stardom stuff, because that could be awkward. Especially, with the women from Japan going over there, possibly. Possibly Ginny from the Progress stuff.
She is doing Access, which we'll get to later, so anything's possible.
Yeah, so I could see that possibly happening. Hell, I just noticed who isn't booked, and it's not Dennis Stamp. Who isn't booked but is going to the E?
Dixon Newell,
the shiningest wizard. So but then again, she'd be the sort of talent where it's like she's sort of in a Kimberly section. I don't want to see her jobbing to people. So I don't know. Can't wait for Saturday because Owen will probably Facebook message me saying, "Holy shit, Nixon, you're here." That's if the mobile/Wi-Fi reception is good enough for the messenger app on his phone.
Yeah. So this leads to the main event, which is Tasha Sono versus Elias Sampson, Lujal's NXT. Good. This is good. This match, I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I enjoyed it, but the crowd could care less. And
also,
he was going through the motions here.
I've noticed why Ono's wearing the ring gear. I think you know why, Owen, don't you?
Go ahead.
He's Diet Pepsi. You look at the colors. Look at everything. He is, they're making fun of him being, fat because he's Diet Pepsi. And of course, who's he friends with?
That's
Monsieur Phil.
It might be.
That's what I think it is.
It's the reason they're not letting him do anything.
Yeah. Monsieur Phil. Sad face.
So, yeah. Of course, match goes back and forth for quite a while. Ono wins with a rolling elbow. And then after the match is over, destroys Elias Sampson's guitar. And that's how Elias Sampson ends up showing up on Raw or SmackDown this coming week and joins the main roster.
Under the Giant Memorial Battle Royal.
Well, we've got names for that Battle Royal. We've got 30 names already announced, so I guess we'll see. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Oh, if that's the case, then we're already full.
Yes. So we move on from NXT to ROH.
Now, this is an interesting show because this is obviously really in limbo.
Yep.
Because this is supposed to be a regular TV show, which all of a sudden has now stepped up to the last show before their pay-per-view. So it starts off with Daniels and Kazarian. And Daniels gets himself an Appletini, of course, and says how he beat an opponent that was younger and faster, but not smarter. And basically, he and Kazarian had a laugh how they pulled the wool over Cole's eyes with the whole Bullet Club thing. And then Kaz said, Marty, I'm coming for the TV title. Be ready. So then here comes Dalton Castle, who had an Appletini of his own, interestingly, before saying, I don't envy you because you now have to defend against me. Cue Adam Cole and the Bucks. But interestingly, that happened, and then nothing happened. Because then they just cut to backstage with Marty Scurll and saying, I'm still looking for competition. And, I'm waiting. And then they go, cut. So it's part of you thinks, okay, they've edited this wrong. But then it's like, oh, wait, this is a sort of shoot. This is shoot shit. Because Kenny King shows up and says, you're saying that there ain't any competition here? I'm a little offended by that. Just like ROH has done. You're ignoring the fact that I'm a viable contender. So it looks as if Kenny King's going solo. The rebellion is officially dead. Thank fucking God. So now it's time for a title match. The Hardys versus the Briscoes. Well, they had to note, by the way, the Hardys are champions now. Because they still haven't established that on TV. Ever, really. But interestingly, they did a really good job of saying, well, if the Briscoes win, then the tag team match that they're having at Supercard of Honor will have to be a triple threat. This is obviously because this is made awkward by the fact that obviously it's a ladder match and we already know the card sort of thing. Then again, if people just watch television, they're going to miss out on the stuff. So it's a bit, I feel sorry for them. They'll just find out, oh yeah, this happened on pay-per-view. Who knows? But it was Jeff hitting a swanton on Mark, I think, to get the win and retain the belts. And then afterwards, the Bucks came out and challenged the Hardys to put both the Ring of Honor titles and the Superkick Party titles up for grabs in ladder match. And then we had Adam Cole and the Bucks versus Dalton Castle and the Addiction. This was actually set up on the actual show, but they didn't show it on the television. Probably because this match went a while like the tag title match did. They only had 2 matches, but both matches were really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
The match finishing with an accidental double super kick to Cole's face from the Bucks that led to Castle catching Adam Cole with a bangerang and Dalton, Kazarian, and Daniels win. But in sense, you obviously make Dalton look strong going into his match with Daniels as well. They did not show anything regarding the Bucks turning on Adam Cole. So I don't know whether that's even storyline or not. I'm confused.
Well, they have been teasing it on the Being the Elite YouTube channel.
Yeah, but the problem with Being the Elite is that's real, but also fake. That's the problem.
Right.
You know, it's their real lives, but intertwined with it is videos that are like storyline stuff, which is a bit awkward. But yeah, for an impromptu go home show, obviously now that Supercard of Honor is airing on iPay-per-view, which I think is rather questionable considering it's going up against quite a bit probably of TakeOver. They really built up to it well. Obviously, they're going to make the Young Bucks and Hardys stand out tall. Because that, from what I can tell, that's the main event. Even Daniels versus Dalton Castle cannot trump the Hardys versus the Bucks, possibly for the final time. Speaking of, because we might as well mentioning it here, and then we'll do a brief rundown of it again when we get to the Wrestlemania stuff. The full card has been revealed for the Ring of Honor Supercard of Honor, which is hang on, it's Saturday, isn't it?
Yes.
Let me find it. Yeah, so the full card for the Supercard of Honor 11 show at the Jenkins Arena in Lakeland, Florida. As I say, this is on iPay-per-view. My concern for it as well, Supercard of Honor is $30. They're not even asking you to pay that much for the network. Especially because it's also clashing with the WWN Super Show, which probably has a lot more interesting stuff, and CCW's Best. There's a lot of shit happening Saturday evening.
I know. We'll get to it.
If you want to see it all, I think it's probably going to be about like $100. And only one of which you can see live, unless you've got multi-screen, shit that you can watch all 4 of them. In which case you'll be confused. So the Motor City Machine Guns are scheduled, but not listing against who. So I wonder if they're going to be in like the dark match, taking on a couple of local talents or something.
Possibly.
There's a Women of Honor bracket, which I'm guessing will be taped probably for the YouTube stuff rather than airing as part of the pay-per-view. We've got Mandy Leon and Jenny Rose taking on Sumi Sakai and Faye Jackson. Kelly Klein versus Deonna Purrazzo. And a special CMLL Luchadora showcase with Marcella and La Amapola. I don't know whether they're going one-on-one with each other or whether they're facing somebody else. I don't know. Cabana's on commentary, as we mentioned last week. But the full card that we have now. So it's the Kingdom of Taven and Vinny Marsaglia taking on Silas Young and the Beer City Bruiser. Frankie Kazarian takes on Punishment Martinez. The International Crazy Match with Ospreay and Volador Jr. taking on Dragon Lee and Jay White. The Briscoes and Bully Ray taking on Hammond Page and the Gorillas of Fuck. the Texas Bull Rope match with Cody Rhodes versus Jay Lethal. And then your title matches, your TV title with Marty Scurll versus Adam Cole. Christopher Daniels defending the world title against Dalton Castle. And then the tag title ladder match, which sadly is not being listed as ladder war, but it should be. The Hardys versus the Young Bucks. I don't know whether you see, if it's $30 live and then they actually charge like $20 for the VOD version, how screwed are people going to be? I don't know.
All right. So we move on from Ring of Honor to what's going on with New Japan.
Not a huge amount. This past week, they had their Road to Sakura Genesis show at Korakuen Hall. Not a huge amount happened because it's just like really the tag matches. Although in the opening match, the young boy Tomoyuki Oka lost in 74 seconds to Bad Luck Fale. Brilliant. Bad Luck Fale is Goldberg. The only thing of note to really build towards Sakura Genesis, Shibata beat Yoshihashi in the Okada and Yoshihashi versus Shibata and Nagata match. And Shibata stated afterwards he shall be victorious against Okada. They're back at Korakuen Hall Monday, late Monday, early Tuesday. So pretty much straight after Raw.
Yep.
Practically. Many tag matches on this one as well, but the one of note, the main event being the never open weight 6-man tag title match with Sanada, Evil, and Bushi defending against Hiroshi Tanahashi, Ryosuke Taguchi, and Ricochet.
We have the Sakura Genesis show on April 9th from Sumo Hall.
Yeah, well, we ran over that last week, and I don't really want to run over it this week because we'll be talking about it next week because that'll be the big one. But yeah, that's Sunday. That'll be Saturday into Sunday next week. So yeah, there is no rest for indie wrestling. Damn it.
Well, let's talk about what we've got. The last piece of news we have for New Japan, and that is the G1 US dates.
Okay, so I think it's July 1st and 2nd.
That is correct. At the Long Beach Convention and Entertainment Center in Long Beach, California.
Tickets go on sale this Saturday, April the 1st.
11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific.
What are the price ranges? I think the top one's like 150.
Yeah, front row tickets are going to get you $150. Rows 2 through 5 is 100. 6 through 9 is 80. 10 through 13 is 60. 14 through 17 is 30. And if you add an extra $10 onto your ticket, you can get a meet and greet as well.
So you see the West Coast isn't left out this weekend.
No, not even close.
They managed to get tickets for one of the biggest shows of the year in America that isn't WWE.
Well, this is news. Obviously, very soon, this is something I forgot to mention. The Global Tag League is coming up.
Yeah, that's normally... They normally do that building up to I think it's the May show, also the June show.
And the news that I have that tied into something from earlier, there is an Impact Wrestling team.
For New Japan?
For NOAH, the Global Tag League.
Oh, right. Sorry, I was getting confused because there's also a Global Tag... Well, I don't think they call it... Well, no, they call it something like Global Tag League. in New Japan. And again, that would be like Christmas time. That's ages away. So who's part of Team Impact for Noah?
Impact will be announcing. Actually, I think I can actually announce the whole lineup. Yes, I can. This is information I didn't even know about. So Noah has revealed the teams for the Global Tag League. It's running from April 22nd through May 4th. This is going to be fun. So it's Katsuhiko Nakajima and Masa Kitamiya. The current GHC Tag Team Champions, Kino and Takashi Segura. Namichi Marufuji and Maybach Taniguchi. Yoshi Izaki and Atsushi Kotoji. Muhammad Yon and Akitoshi Saito. Kaito Kiyomaya and Takuya Nomura from Big Japan. The interesting team of Randy Rain from Canada and Cody Hall from the US, and the new bromans of Robbie E. and Bram.
Oh, what?
That's what it says. Bromans spelled browmans now instead of bromans, so we'll see how that works.
The Brown Mans. Holy shit.
That's browmans. Some news real quick. Ashley, I'm sure you want to mention this. We're going into a couple pieces of news. Mauro Ranallo has been out from SmackDown for a while. Apparently, it's probably having something to do with something major. He does have bipolar disorder, and that was something that was alluded to a while back. Mauro did take to Twitter finally saying that he's been away, and the doctors basically told him not to be on social media, but he did tweet thanks to everyone for their support.
Apart from JBL, who's like, fuck him.
Yeah, pretty much. So the WWE Hall of Fame legacy inductees will be Dr. Jerry Graham, Haystacks Calhoun, Luther Lindsay, Ricky Dozan, June Byers and Judy Grable, Farmer Burns and Toots Mont. SummerSlam pay-per-view tickets sold out officially, 100%.
So why did they run an advert on Raw saying that they were available?
I'll get to that. They're completely sold out through official means. Ticketmaster is listing 2 packs of platinum seats for $800 per ticket, but if you try to buy them, you get a message saying that they're sold out. Tickets will probably be released as we get closer to the date. The cheapest upper balcony available were about $40 to $50 over, and they jumped up to about $100 and $120 on the secondary market. Floor seats are available from anywhere from $700 all the way up to $2,200 per tickets. The Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia were announced as the location of SmackDown exclusive pay-per-view Battleground on July 23rd. That's interesting. And if you want to get involved with the pre-sale of these tickets, you're more than welcome to go type in the code WWE Philly. The only piece of information I have left after this, Ashley, is Progress, Chapter 46. I'd like to chill out here and shoot some dinosaurs results.
Well, shall I, before we get to the results and whatever, and then the monolith and the side monoliths, which aren't in Orlando, I've got 2 weeks of Dave stuff to get through, because obviously today's newsletter's come out early, because obviously Dave's traveling right now to Orlando, so it's here early. So
Dave's here for a couple of days, but he's not. I probably have no chance to see him.
No. So apparently the AAA creative differences and everything is thanks to Krista Joseph. Basically, there's a lot of hints saying that Krista Joseph is now organizing and planning the AAA shows and being creative now. He hasn't admitted it. Vampiro's hinted at it, and of course he's currently like head talent guy and everything. The interesting thing is, Joseph doesn't know anything about Lucha Libre, or AAA or the characters, but knows the Lucha Underground, which is in. Our Genesis obviously won Rey de Reyes. So basically, everybody that's looking good are Lucha Underground guys. Remember, Lucha Underground doesn't actually go. See any issues? There were also meetings last week with New Japan and Access. No official word, but it's basically something to do with making sure that the US shows in July are a success, as well as trying to get TV more caught up, to be not on so much of a delay as it is, like it was when they pretty much aired practically immediately the Tokyo Dome stuff. Dorian Roldan in the AAA press conference stuff was asked about whether the wrestlers who've left will be on Lucha Underground, that have left AAA will still be part of the Lucha Underground Season 4. Dorian's reply was, Season 4 is a long time away, but all talent is welcome. So nobody fucking knows. He also noted that Netflix does have the option to pick up Season 3 airs on El Rey, so that'll probably be, November?
Something like that.
From what I remember. Lucha Underground's done a deal with Tele5 in Germany, and will start airing it on Mondays from the 1st of May. Basically, that'll be taking the WWE Raw stuff, because they don't want to pay WWE anymore. Apparently, the Young Bucks, Hardys, Romero, and Beretta match got reworked 40 minutes before the show went on the air because of the whole TNA legal shit. Speaking of TNA, as I alluded to earlier, Raphael Morphy, who was live events producer from WWE, and has also been working with Combate America, Tommy Dreamer's House of Hardcore, is back with TNA. So he's back to being live events promoter, from what I can tell. Kenny King's going to be on The Bachelorette.
I brought that up last week.
Oh, something I didn't know. The girl is apparently the first African-American Bachelorette in the show's history.
Wow.
So The Bachelorette is racist, everybody. Until now. Word is the Bucks and the Hardys program was going to be on Impact as well as Ring of Honor until all the legal shit happened and everything.
Oh, that makes me even more mad.
Yeah, both Ring of Honor and Impact had signed off on working together, where there'd be multiple dates for months in both companies going back and forth, because the Young Bucks would have debuted in 2 weeks. Well, 3 weeks. There also would have been a match at the Hardy compound, and eventually the ladder match being the final match somewhere, whether it would be Ring of Honor or Impact, I don't know. Interestingly, Impact was still interested in the Young Bucks as well, as Jarrett showed interest in everyone who he thought had a name that could help the company. And the thing is, even if the Hardys leaving wouldn't have killed the idea, and realistically probably did, the legal threat that cost Ring of Honor the Dish Network pay-per-view buys would have certainly murdered it. Good job. Also, Jarrett did contact Mike Tenay, but I guess nothing came from it. With time running out, it appears WWE and Connor couldn't come to a financial deal, probably similar to the way with Shaq and everything. That stuff we already mentioned. Interestingly, Brandon Howard at Fightful.com apparently got a report from the police department at Arlington, Texas, saying the number of people that went through the turnstiles was actually just over 80,000. Which is obviously under the 100,000+ number that they advertised. But also under the number that the stadium said, saying it was 97,000. And the number that Dave heard, which was somewhere in the region of like 93, 94,000. But obviously some people are saying perhaps there was such a great like 13,000 difference between the numbers. Because they probably had the ticket problems and they just went, you know, if you've got a legit ticket, we'll just let you in. Regarding ownership of the Memphis tape library, Jerry Lawler said he now owns the rights of the footage from 77 to 88 and 96 on. But there's controversy over actually who owns the 88 to 96 bit, and he'd be interesting to sell what he owned to the WWE. Summer Rae's been training at the Performance Center along with Emma. Hopefully they're back soon. And the most watched shows last week, unsurprisingly, the ride-alongs were pretty high in it. The Zayn, Neville, and Rollins one, and the Anderson and Gallows ones. Just something that isn't Dave, but it sort of is. Basically, PW Torch has come under fire. Because was it? I don't think it was them that broke the story about the Ring of Honor WWE stuff, was it?
There's Pro Wrestling's Satin. No, it was Ryan Satin for Pro Wrestling Sheet.
Yeah. Well, for some reason, PW Torch decided to come up with the fact that it was Jeff Jarrett that revealed it. And everybody, Dave and that, even the person himself, Ryan Satin, said that isn't it. So PW Torch is, pun intended, on, under fire. You see what I mean? I don't get it. The news that Eva Marie says that, well, a source at WWE says that they won't be renewing her contract. So, yeah, she's been there for, 3 and a bit years, probably. And then one that does affect this weekend. There was a really talented wrestler who had a lot of potential in the New York area, doing lots of promotions, winning belts and whatever. And now he's fucked it up.
He's blacklisted now.
Easily, yeah. James Rude Boy Riley was arrested this morning after police executed a search warrant and discovered a heck of a lot of child pornography on his computer. God. What an idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
Right, so now to this week's Dave stuff. At Going to Press today, with more seats opened up after production's now moved in. The only actually now sold out events for the weekend are NXT TakeOver and Raw. There are a few tickets left for WrestleMania, probably.
Yep, they are available.
Interestingly, the tickets that they are selling are only like $80 or whatever. Smackdown is $500 and the Hall of Fame is $400. What hurts the sales for the latters two is that it's a soft market for those shows, in the sense that ticket speculators assume demand will be higher, but they're You can actually get a better deal on the secondary market right now than you can on the actual primary market. Now, the price of entry at press time for Mania is $109, under the lowest ticket price of $160. Raw is $75, which is above the lowest ticket price. Takeover is $53. The Hall of Fame is only $15, and SmackDown's only $11. Man. The Hardys are coming to WWE and soon. Glenn Jacobs filed paperwork regarding a potential run for mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, and has appointed a treasurer for his campaign. Among the things that didn't happen at the Crash this weekend, apparently, was the announcement of a joint pay-per-view of TNA, which will be a one-night only show that will be taped on April the 15th. So, 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Originally, Borash was going to announce the show, and Borash was there, but the announcement didn't happen because of what we were told were major logistical issues with doing a pay-per-view from the show. The plans changed to where Impact may tape matches for Explosion from Tijuana. The big issue appears to be insurance issues for the production crew, because Impact's insurance doesn't cover it. You can't even do a live show abroad. Brilliant. Christ, son. Oh, it's interesting. Apparently, those New Japan shows in Long Beach are both starting at 5 p.m. local time rather than 8. Which for the summer might be a bit too early, so who knows? But then, of course, if it's 5 p.m. Pacific, that's 8 Eastern.
Right.
Leaving people wondering, are they doing it live on Access? Or at least on the Friday night, they'll be live with Barnett and Ross. So who knows? There's also been a shake-up in Japan at Wrestle 1. Kaz Hayashi and Shuji Kondo are now president and vice president, respectively. And Keiji Muto is chairman of the board. Kondo is the company's booker and will retain that position. Sanshiro Takagi, who had been running the promotion on the business end and also running DDT, has been moved to just being an advisor, and Kaz Hayashi will now be running the business end. Middle Kingdom Wrestling has what everybody couldn't, and has got a television deal with China's CCTV5, which is the Chinese equivalent of ESPN, for a weekly show starting this summer, with the APWA said to be supplying wrestlers. The interesting to note about this station, it airs in 700 million homes. I bet WWE wishes they'll get that for WrestleMania this Sunday. At least in China. There's nothing new on the Ring of Honor sale talks. It should be noted there were reports that Flow Sports had attempted to buy Ring of Honor and also attempted to make a big money deal to stream all the Ring of Honor events on Flow Slam, which were turned down. It's notable that even though WWE was attempting to buy the company as well, Ring of Honor had gotten WWE to back off on deals with a number of wrestlers, mainly being Dijak, Rowe, Fish, and O'Reilly, threatening WWE with tampering charges. So that's why they haven't gone. Makes sense now, actually. The working idea, if everything falls into place, will be Jarrett and Anthem to be in charge of Impact in America, in charge of the Indian TV show on Sony 6, in charge of World of Sport on ITV, and in charge of an English language AAA show for the US market. Which would be tricky because most of the AAA guys couldn't even appear on the show due to the Lucha Underground deal. That AAA show hasn't been announced yet, but expect it to probably be announced soon because of the friendships that they have. WWE's also announced a multi-year agreement with StubHub as the exclusive company-sponsored ticket resale market, which is interesting because apparently StubHub has ridiculous bloody charges if you get stuff.
Depends.
So I think WWE is trying to make too much money. With the China pay-per-view, or iPay-per-view, I guess I should say, it's going to be available with both English and Mandarin commentary on PPTV, which is, I guess, the pay-per-view service over there, or at least on iPay-per-view anyway. It's only going to be the equivalent of about $4.36. So take that, network. $10 a month for WrestleMania, or $4.36 if you get the Chinese version. The company also sent out another massive mailer to people that subscribed and offering them 3 months for nothing. Pushing, if you signed up, you get Mania, Payback, Backlash, Extreme Rules, and Money in the Bank for free. The offer is only good, though, until Monday. So basically, they're trying to make the earnings call and whatever to be making they hit the 2 million number, because that's all they'll give a shit about. Interestingly, WWE Network sent out a tweet this week promoting. They were talking about the Matt versus Jeff Hardy match back from, was it 25? And it said, "You better believe tables were broken," in capitals, in the battle between the Hardy Boys at Mania. So from what I can tell, WWE wants the broken characters to be the way they debut. Interestingly, Matt and Rebby claim that they own the trademark to the gimmick, but on its website and YouTube videos, they've all of a sudden put the Broken Hardys and they've put trademark on it. They've just written 2 letters on it. Matt and Rebby applied for the trademark in early February when they realized they were probably leaving and figured that a fight like this would ensue. So, and it could be argued probably in the Hardys' favor, given that they did a show out of their own back pocket to help Impact and whatever. But it could get legal and whatever. Tons of moves being made behind the scenes regarding WWE in the UK market. A number of people very happy with how the market was going, who are worried about how the obvious war with ITV and WWE will change things. So who knows what's going there. As it says, hopefully it's not something like what happens in Mexico, because local promoters can book guys from one promotion but not the other. Is possible to happen in the UK, if not likely to happen. Obviously, WWE's got rules saying that nobody can appear on streaming services, even like YouTube and whatever. So, who knows? Pete Gas has said that there is a season 2 coming for Edge and Christian's show of awesomeness, or totally reeks of awesomeness, I guess you should say. Kairi Hojo is signed with WWE, but she's still getting pushed in Japan. No word on Io Shirai and what she's doing. Apparently, Lana got nominated for Best Lead Actress in the Nice International Film Festival in the movie Soul, where she plays the girlfriend of a lead character who's a struggling artist that plays a dancer. Her character ends up raped and murdered, and a greedy art dealer sees the publicity as a way to sell the man's paintings out of sympathy, which leads the lead character into going crazy and looking for revenge. Man, CJ's hot property. Yay. Jerry Lynn was brought into the Performance Center as a guest coach last week. Vic Travaggiolente, also known as Vic Joseph, appears to be going to be the new NXT host when they move Tom Phillips on. Because he's been hosting and ring-announcing live events over the last few weeks and months. Dahlia Black suffered a broken ankle with the Progress Wrestling stuff, which we'll get to in a minute. So she will be coming to Orlando, but obviously she won't be wrestling. Well, nothing's official. The belief is that all the people that have been showing up for the Access stuff from Progress and all that will be offered WWE UK contracts, for the television stuff that they'll be doing. Also, apparently, WWE is partnering for a tap-out fitness gym line, similar to how UFC's done it with their gyms, opening up one in Woodland Hills, California, which is ironic because it's the home of Joe Weider, former publisher of wrestling magazines and whatever. And in terms of the most watched shows this past week on the network, unsurprisingly, Kurt Angle's interview was number one. The WWE 24 that was on Monday was number 2. Music Power WrestleMania 31. I don't know what that is. Music Power WrestleMania 31 was number 4, but WrestleMania 31 itself was number 9, so I'm confused. Both Talking Smack and 205 Live didn't make the top 10, though. It's worth noting. Oh, and apparently, Colby, according to Pro Wrestling Sheet, Colby Carino is back behind bars for shoplifting. Great. Oh, interestingly, tonight he was supposed to wrestle Rude Boy Riley. Wow. Okay. So that happened. So, results and previews, I guess.
Yes.
So, briefly running through the stuff. Destiny Wrestling up in Mississauga, Ontario, opened up with Moose retaining the global champion, the TNA Global, Impact Global Championship, beating Moose Alexander in a steel cage match. In the three-way street fight, Phil Atlas beat Dustin Quicksilver and Tarek. Carey beat Randy Reigns. Stone Rockwell beat Mike DeRosti. Billy Gunn and Mike Rollins beat John Atlas and RJ City. Then for Smash Wrestling, show us what you got. We had Kevin Blackwood beat Tony Kozina. The Kevin Bennett Experience of Kevin Bennett and Big Tank beat John Greed and the Space Monkey. Rosemary beat Casey Spinelli in a match that was refereed by Xandra Bale. Colt Cabana beat Scotty O'Shea. Sebastian Suave beat Choice over Dylan Andrews. Braxton Sutter beat Davey Richards. And Tyson Dukes retained the Smash Wrestling belt against Cody Deaner and Tyler Turver. One that I'm probably going to have to make notes of now, PCW. No, not the one we're talking about in a minute from the UK. Pacific Championship Wrestling had... The only reason I mention this is because the show was called High Tide, and the poster is a rip-off of High Rise. All hail Ben Wheatley. I probably did that just for AJ, even though he doesn't watch this. Started off with Penta beating Flip Gordon. Ray Phoenix beat Extreme Tiger. Willie Mack victorious over Keith Lee. Worth noting that the middle rope broke on this one. And even though it broke, they still had an incredible match from the reports. In a no DQ 6-man tag, the Sheik, Brody King and Jacob Fatu with Kevin Sullivan. Oh, God, he's fucking back. Beat Los Luchas of Phoenix Star and Zokra and the Australian Freebird Luke Potter. Apparently, War Beast just murdered practically everybody that came out afterwards. Like the students at the academy got murdered. Everybody got murdered. Who knows? Lots of death. Sami Callihan beat Jeff Cobb, countering Tour of the Islands into a rolling crucifix pin. Mr. 450 beat Alex Hammerstone and Douglas James. It was supposed to be Hammerstone and Douglas James in a one-on-one match, but Mr. 450 showed up with the light heavyweight title and decided to make it a triple threat. So before the main event, Johnny Mundo came out and said, "You may know me as Mundo, you may know me as John Morrison, you may even know me as the mayor of Slamville. But what you don't know is I grew up a short distance from here. I've talked to the owner, and I'm facing whoever the champion is on June 2nd. The match itself was Rob Van Dam versus MVP. Apparently, there was lots of crowd brawling in the match. I don't know whether that means RVD and MVP were fighting in the crowd or whether the crowd were fighting. I don't know. But RVD retained. So Rob Van Dam versus Johnny Mundo coming in June. Should be interesting. The CWF Mid-Atlantic Canodal Brothers Tournament. The non-tournament match had Kyle Kyler, AJ Gray, and Have Mercy Percy Davis beat Jonathan Wolf, Sean Kemp, and Dale Richards. So the other matches all were part of the tournament. So Aaron Briggs and Mecca Mercenary beat the Dirty Blondes. Ethan Alexander Sharp and White Mike Jordan beat the Fury of Him and Sis. Real Joshua Cuttle and Tracer X beat The Power. Blue Eyed Devil Trip Cassidy and Kane Justice victorious over the Insiders. The All Stars beat Mitch Connor and Nick Richards. Snooty Fox and Dirty Daddy victorious over Zane and Dave Dawson. The Carnies beat the Lynch Mob. And the Ugly Ducklings beat Lee Valiant and Eric Andrews. Then on the Fan Fest part on day 2, Kane Justice beat Darius Lockhart to retain the Rising Generation League title. Eric Andrews and Mecca Mercenaries Lumberjack Rules match for the TV title ended in a time limit draw, so by default, Andrews retains. Then in a really confusing 16-person tag match, Nick Richards, Sis, the Carnies, Ethan Alexander Sharp, Dirty Daddy, AJ Gray, and Ace Perry beat Trip Cassidy, the Dirty Blondes, Chris Main, the Fury of Him, Sean Kemp, Sweet D, and Jonathan Wolf. And then White Mike Jordan beat the new and improved Chuck Taylor. I'm pretty sure that may or may not be Stokely Hathaway. And then the second proper set of the tag team tournament. Non-tournament action first. Sis beat Priscilla Kelly and Osiris beat AJ Gray. Then the quarterfinals had... that isn't a quarterfinals. We also had Eric Andrews, Dave Dawson, and the Dirty Blondes beat Nick Richards, Handsome Mix Connor, Slade Porter, and Ace Perry. Then we got the quarterfinals. The All-Stars beats Dirty Daddy and Snooty Fox. The Carnies beat Ethan Alexander Sharp and Mike Jordan. The Ugly Ducklings victorious over Tracer X and Joshua Cutshaw. And Mecca Mercenary and Aaron Biggs, I guess the Sandwich Squad as they're being labeled, beat Trip Cassidy and Kane Justice. Then we went straight into the semis, apparently. I guess there might have been an interval, I don't know. The Sandwich Squad beat the Carnies in the semi-final. And then the other semi-final, the All-Stars of Eric Roy and Roy Wilkins beat the Ugly Ducklings. Then Trevor Lee beat Chip Day to retain the title in a 32-minute match. Holy shit. And then the main event, the tag team tournament final, won by the Sandwich Squad of Aaron Biggs and Mecca Mercenary, beating Roy Wilkins and Eric Royal of the All-Stars to retain the titles as well. So I guess the titles stayed on the line throughout the entire thing. Oh, I see. They were only on the line for the final. That's a weird booking style, but there you go. The Sandwich Squad win the tournament and retain the belts. PWX, their Otis tradition. On the pre-show, they had high profile of Shea, McCready, and Will Demented, and Chris Main beat Tyler Gaines, Real Joshua Cutchell, and Ace Austin. Then with the main show, the revolt of Conley and Riley interrupted the entrances for White Mike versus Jason Cade. So it became a tag match with the Revolt beating Mike and Cade. Chip Day and Corey Hollis fought to a double countout. Martin Stone beat David Starr via submission in the first ever pure rules match. Basically, each man's only afforded 2 rope breaks and there's no close fist punches allowed. So I don't know how long that type of match will go. James Drake beat Jeff Cobb. Anthony Henry beat Michael Elgin to retain the PWX World title. The Syndicate of Elijah Evans IV, Timmy Lou Retton, and TJ Boss beat the Ugly Ducklings of Colby Carino, Lance Lude, and Rob Killjoy, which means the Ugly Ducklings lose their undefeated streak. Darius Lockhart beat Tracer X after interference, helping Lockhart from Conley and Riley from the Revolt. Cody Rhodes beat John Skyler in the main event as well. Freelance Wrestling, Don't Let Me Cave In from Friday. Well, no, 24th. Yeah, 24th was Friday. Cody Rice won the 6-man scramble. Superiority Complex of Gordon and Nass beat Rob Matter and Stephen Wolf, Kobe Durst, and Nick Brubaker, and the Whirlwind Gentlemen to become #1 contenders for the tag titles. I guess the M words weren't able to make it then because they're not even listed on the card anymore. Owen beat Eric Cannon. Stevie Fierce beat Robert Anthony. Alex Olstro defeated Team Beta. Isaias Velasquez victorious over Ricky Shane Page. Shotzi Blackheart beat Vader Scott and Angel Dust to retain the Phoenix of Rise title. And GPA beat Matt Cage to retain the Freelance Wrestling Heavyweight title as well. AIW, Gauntlet for the Gold, opened with Eddie Kingston beating Swoggle, apparently needing the help of Dr. Daniel C. Rockingham and Brian Carson. How does that make sense, Owen?
I'm not sure.
Somebody of the viciousness of Eddie Kingston having to struggle against Swoggle. What? Ethan Page beat Colt Cabana. Alex Daniels beat Sean Schultz with some assistance from Gregory Iron to retain the Intense title. Then we had Dominic Guarini beat BJ Whitmer via submission. So, yeah, BJ Whitmer's leaving AIW. Thank them for helping him get back to Ring of Honor and thank the fans. So, I guess BJ's possibly in Ring of Honor now. If not retired and just training people. I'm not sure. To Infinity and Beyond beat Crazy Pain, the Ninja Elite Squad, and Laredo Kid and DJZ to win the tag titles. Apparently, Colin Delaney from To Infinity and Beyond used a taser on Gringo Loco of Crazy Pain to keep him down for the pin. So I don't know whether that means they're heel or whether they're Abyss. Scott Norton beat Joey Janela. Then the interesting one. So the triple threat for the absolute title. Tracy Williams and Josh Prohibition both made Don'ts tap out at the same time, causing a no contest. So the match was then restarted, and Don'ts made Tracy Williams pass out. So Tim Don'ts is your new AIW Absolute Champion, even though he lost. So it's sort of the AJ deal from a few months back. Yeah, with Cena and Ambrose. No mercy. And then the Gauntlet, the Gold. Can't tell you the list of participants, but I can tell you that Lewis Linden won. So he will be getting a Absolute Championship opportunity at Absolution 12 against whoever the champion may be. Who knows? So then we get to Progress. Owen, should we shoot some dinosaurs?
Sounds good.
So it opened with Jim, the boss, speaking about some of the things that have happened over the last few years. You know, Leon and Chris Travis passing away. Jim and his partner getting married, having kids, and then selling out shows in London, Manchester, Sheffield, and Birmingham, and hell, they're even going to an Orlando. But there's still one simple rule: don't be a dick. So the first match, the Origin and the Origin Banter Edition. Before the match started, Origin of Cruz and Gibson offered Ligero a place back with them in safe return of the mask. Ligero took the mask, gave Mastiff a thumbs down, and then moved behind Cruz and Gibson and give them a low blow. So he's still part of the Banter Edition. But it was Cruz and Gibson of the original Origin, if that makes sense, beating the Banter Edition of Mastiff and Ligero. In the semi-final for the Natural Progression Series 4, Tony Storm beat Dahlia Black to advance. Then we had Travis Banks taking on Jack Sexsmith. Prior to the match, Banks sent TK Cooper, who had accompanied him to the ring, to go to the back. Travis Banks won. Following afterwards, Cooper returned, and it looked like he and Banks were going to attack Sexsmith, but instead they picked him up and shook his hand. And Jack Sexsmith left the ring crying to a standing ovation. So that's interesting. Then the interesting one. Jack Haskins accompanied his brother Mark to the ring and shot a dinosaur. Sorry. I can't stop saying that's weird. Mark Haskins actually won, beating Axel Dieter Jr. by submission. Following afterwards, Dieter Jr. took a knee on the stage and shook Mark's hand. So then we had the interesting one. So Jimmy Havoc and Ospreay. So during it, apparently, Ospreay was saying that he was upset that Havoc was going to Orlando and he wasn't, which is fucking ironic because he's on every show but. So one way or another, this has to end. So it's going to be a loser leaves progress weapons match. And Havoc went, "Let's go, you cunt." So in terms of what was used, I'm guessing you've got a list of this stuff as well, probably.
I have the results, but that's about all I have.
Okay. So Havoc won. I don't know how. All I do know is what was used was a cowbell, a record, a baking tray, apparently some beer like Havoc Artois or something, a barbed wire baseball bat, a mannequin head, body armor, a Progress Nazi staff, a mop, a PlayStation 2, a chair, a grandfather clock, classic Lego, so I'm guessing that's Duplo, like the big block stuff, a guitar, a cheese grater, a pinata, a bag, basically a mine, which was a bag of Haribo drawing pins and Legos, a toy Dobby that I guess was supposed to represent bloody Paul Robinson, a table, a Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan record, a sliced lime, a credit card. Oh, I see what they did there. Any cocaine. Another chair, and also a barbed wire board. That's a pretty good fans bringing the weapons. There's a lot of variety there. We'll give it that. Then we had the tag team title match. British Strong Style of Trent Seven and Tyler Bate retaining against the Hunter Brothers. Interestingly, though, beforehand, they dropped the tag belts on the stage. Tyler got his WWE belt, and Trent brought out the brand new Progress tag belts, which do look pretty nice from what I've seen. Matt Riddle retained the Atlas title against Walter by submission. And then Pete Dunne retained the Progress World title against Mark Andrews. It's interesting. At first, it looks as if Andrews had won the belt, but the senior referee recovered after being knocked out, so wanted the match to be restarted. Dunne retained with the assistance of Seven and Bate. This has significance because we'll get to it in a minute, but interesting stuff is going down as part of the shit. Sure, it's not shit. The crazy multitude of stuff going on in Orlando.
We're going to double team this because I'm sure you have the same list that I do.
Well, before we get to that, there are a couple of UK shows happening this weekend. I guess for the people that couldn't go to Orlando or something. So Preston City Wrestling have got a show on Saturday in Hanley in Stoke. And then also a Sunday show at the Evoke Club in Preston, which also incorporates a WrestleMania pay-per-view party. In which case, if the doors open at 5 and the pay-per-view finishes at 4, people are going to be there for 11 hours. That's interesting. Only match confirmed for the first of those two shows is Chris Masters versus T-Bone. For the other match, though, there's going to be a 30-man PCW Rumble, but it could also be affected by the Who Dares Wins match. Basically, it's a 6-man featuring Danny Hope, Philip Michael, Chris Ridgway, Kenny Williams, Joey Hayes, and Dean Allmark. Whoever wins gets number 30. Whoever gets pinned gets number 1 in that Rumble. Also on the card, the big one, the careers versus the titles. The UK hooligans put their careers on the line to try and get the belts off the Spirit Squad, who no longer work on SmackDown. Thank God. And also on Saturday, Southside Wrestling has Opportunity Knocks. 95 on the clapometer every week. So on this one, we've got in the Opportunity Knocks. I don't know whether they're doing the entire tournament over the night. I'm not sure, but they're certainly confirmed. Well, it says 3 more matches that will be announced on the night. So logically, I think that. Well, no, I guess if there's quarterfinals and semifinals, there could be. I don't know. We've got Bubblegum versus Tucker, Chris Tyler versus Mike Bird, Paul Malin versus HC Dyer, and Chris Brooks versus Damian Dunn. So I don't know whether that's finishing on the night or not. If there's 3 matches that they haven't announced, I guess it could be them because of semis and finals, but I don't know. Also, Rosemary will be defending the Knockouts title against Viper, and GBH defend the tag belts against the Spirit Squad. The interesting thing is, quite a few of the talents that are listed to be appearing on the Southside Wrestling show are also advertised to be appearing on the Preston City Wrestling show the same night in the same place. So I don't know whether that means Bubblegum is going to have to wrestle like the opening match in Stoke and then get on a train or a car and then make it to Nottingham in time for whenever they need him for the Opportunity Knock show. I'm not sure. So that's the non-Orlando stuff. Now let's run through this stuff.
All right.
Oh, I see. So actually, something worth noting. I don't know, but I think might be from Dave. I'm not sure. There is word that the situation with the depression with Moro might have been started by JBL.
JBL, yeah.
Because of all his stuff and everything, like, which, you know, if JBL was causing, you know, that sort of depression and all that sort of stuff, it's like brilliant. If anything, I think there needs to be a I think there needs to be some sort of conditioning change inside the locker room of actually, realizing depression is a fucking horrible thing. I'm not saying Chris B, might have had depression and whatever when he went and murdered his family, but it may have been a factor. So, you might want to treat depression with a little bit more respect, JBL. Just saying. Anyway, that's my rant over. Let's get to the important stuff. So it's obviously not worth mentioning the stuff that's happening tonight. It's already happened.
Joey Ryan is currently talking at this very moment at the Team Vision Dojo. Probably. In a Q&A. Started at 11:45.
So the first key wrestling. I need to get up to the right bit of my section for the writing. Have we managed to get any results from the Atomic Wrestling show? That apparently, hang on, I got caught earlier and I never said anything. You doing ring announcing?
Not me.
Okay, I was getting confused now.
That doesn't make any sense because obviously I wasn't at the show. The only thing I have coming up right now is Devon made a surprise appearance. Sanjay Dutt is the new Cruiserweight champion, and Gangrel defeated Chico Adams. That's all I have as of right now. And
one dressed as Ramona Flowers, so yay. So we'll probably just go through the wrestling matches. Yeah, so we got why were they advertising this on NXT?
Because it costs $2,000 and they need to get people to buy it.
$2,000 in the area, please come. We've got spaces.
Yes.
Oh no. Couple of seminars. 11 a.m. for a Robbie E one at the Team Vision Dojo, and then Tommy Dream and Bully Ray doing one at the Team 3D Academy. Yep. Hulk Hogan's doing his Hogan's Beach Club stuff all week. Marty Jannetty's got a seminar at 1:30.
I got something else.
Okay.
Don't forget, Becky Lynch is going to be at the Wrestlemania Superstore at the Orange County Convention Center at 1 p.m. for the first 300 people for wristbands for an autograph signing.
The Wrestlemania Superstore.
I did it the same. I did it in order, so that's the reason why things are going to be a little disjointed.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So,
Charlotte.
4 p.m.
Charlotte.
Oh, okay. Is she at the store as well?
3 p.m. Charlotte's going to be at the Millennia Plaza Way Toys R Us. That's from 3 to 5. Autographs are first come, first serve, but if that's with purchase. And more information if you want to find out what's going on, 407-226-0139. Continue. 4 p.m.
Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by apparent according to something that got buried in the newsletter. Roman selling more merch than any full-timer right now, given the scene as a part-timer.
I don't see how or why. Because I don't see it in the crowd.
No. Oh no. So WrestleCon starts off with a kickoff party on Thursday at the Orlando Wyndham Hotel, along with a Matt Striker hosted Q&A featuring Sting, Ric Flair, and Jim Ross. At the same time, at the Team Vision Dojo, Colt Cabana's recording an Art of Wrestling show with his guest Larry Zbyszko. Fuck Larry Zbyszko. Shut up, Sheik. And then there's a Nick Dinsmore seminar at the Team Vision Dojo at 5:30.
I think I may have something else. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have something else. 5 o'clock. at the Walgreens on iDrive. That's going to be from 5 to 7. Kevin Owens is going to be there for autographs. More information.
Well, we know what Owen's doing tomorrow. He's going to Walgreens.
I might, if possible. More information, call 407-352-7071.
So at 6, sees the first of the WrestleMania Access things.
Okay,
the Orlando County Convention Center.
So I've got this. At 6 p.m., VIP guest will be Sasha Banks. And the other superstars are going to be in the 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock time frame for Access. They're going to be Cesaro, The Miz and Maurice, Sheamus, Kalisto, Bobby Roode, Mick Foley, Austin Aries, and the Good Brothers, Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson.
Jesus Christ, that's awesome.
Plus, Access matches featuring Rich Swann versus the Brian Kendrick, TJ Perkins versus Drew Gulak, Hideo Itami, and much more. Next.
I just saw the What Culture Scottish things. That's interesting.
Yes.
Did you mention the matches?
What matches?
As part of Access.
Yes.
Sorry. I was concentrating on the link you sent me. I didn't think you'd send it.
You need to learn how to multitask.
I'm running on not very much sleep. 6:30. There's a improv comedy thing with Jake Roberts, or at the Improv, I guess.
Yep, Orlando Improv.
It's basically going to be improv sort of talk comedy like Foley does and whatever.
Yep. And
then also at Tier Nightclub, MLW's Wrestlemania from number 3.
Yes.
In front of 93,000 people. Except probably not. Then at 8.
Hold on.
Oh. More WWE things, I'm guessing.
Close. 6:30 p.m. will be the Orlando City Wrestling combined with Full Throttle Pro Wrestling Show, Downtown Throwdown at the Gilt Nightclub. You have it at a different time. It's at 6:30. So EC3 is going to be taking on Bull James. Shannon Moore will put the FTPW Championship up against Matt Sydal. Moose defends the Impact Grand Championship against TJ Marconi. There'll be a number 1 contendership match for the OCW title as Martin Stone takes on Brian Cage. An Ignite Wrestling Showcase between Joe Gacy and Aaron Epic. Papadon versus John Cruz. Dolce Garcia versus Taya Valkyrie in a not Lucha Underground match. A ladder match for the FTPW Golden Challenge Championship with Vandal defending against Mr. 450, Ronnie Ladd, Craig Classic, Braden Knight, and Oraculo. There's going to be a Richie Rich 10-woman gauntlet match with Brandy Lauren, Sue Young, Aria Blake, Brooke Danielle, Chrissy Rivera. Yes, that Chrissy Rivera. Kennedy Brink, Angel Rose, Veda Scott, Lacey Lane, and Rick Cataldo. And the Top of the Mountain Battle Royal, which the final 5 will compete to crown the first ever 5-star champion. Yes, I went very much into finding that card.
I thought there already was a 5-star champion because he won it at the show in Scotland that they announced the 128-man tournament at.
Oh boy.
Well, the company's called 5-Star Wrestling, so I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit confused.
And so's the video game. Continue.
So 8 p.m. Couple of shows, actually.
I've got some stuff for 8 p.m. as well.
Yeah, so we got Evolve 80.
Yep.
I guess the first part of WWN Live's More Than Mania stuff. Yep. We got Ethan Page with the Gatekeepers taking Austin Theory. Yaka 101 with Jason Kincaid. Timothy Thatcher versus Chris Dickinson. Ricochet versus Keith Lee. Drew Galloway taking on Matt Riddle. And then the title matches, Tracy Williams and Fred Yehi defending the tag belts against Michael Elgin and Donovan Dijak, and Zack Sabre Jr. defending the Evolve title itself against ACH.
Yes.
At the same time, Fighting Evolution Wrestling have got one of their 59,000 shows over the weekend. Few survive. On the card, we have Johnny Knockout versus Sweet Johnny Velvet, Ace Mayhem taking on Soko Socorro, a triple threat with Johan Ramses, Jackson Blade and Jay Spade, MDK versus Anthony Genanzo, the Hard Hitters versus the Guadalupe Brothers, Outlaw Matt Lancey versus Damos, and Reggie Rhythm taking on Caleb Conley. Also at 8 p.m.
Also at 8 p.m. The signings for WrestleMania Access at the Orlando County Convention Center, the premium VIP signing of Randy Orton, and the VIP signing of Enzo and Cass.
They're VIP. Oh, God.
Yes.
Half 8, WrestleCon's wrestling stuff starts up with the WrestlePro show. Matches confirmed so far, although because of the times, I'm guessing this is probably all they're going to have.
I've got the card.
BWO versus Pat Buck, Mario Baccara, and Kevin Matthews.
Yep.
Joey Ryan one-on-one with Brandy Rhodes.
Officially announced a few minutes ago on Twitter, officially for the DDT Pro Ironman Heavy Metalweight Championship.
Brandy might be winning that belt. Holy crap. The Heavenly Bodies defend the WrestlePro tag belts against the Hit Squad. Tommy Dreamer one-on-one with Jeff Payne. Fowler Barr taking on Jeff Cobb. And Cody Rhodes defending the GFW Next Gen title against Brian Cage.
Also in action, we have Anthony Bowens versus Bobby Wayward versus Matt McIntosh versus Sanjay Dutt. Ryback takes on Colt Cabana. Grado versus Swoggle. We're going to see Bull James against CAQ, which is Chris Avery Quelling, and Nikos Ricos versus Delroy versus CPA versus Buster Jackson versus Beefcake Charlie versus Sean Donovan, and the Taboo crew of Craig Steele and Mika Jenkins with Gino Gotts and Vanity take on Team Esponza with Coach D and the Apple Corps of Valiero Lamorte and Maxwell Jacob Feinstein.
So much for WrestleCon's website being up to date. Half of those matches aren't even on it.
That's what Facebook is for.
I know. That's what I had to do. It was like, they aren't just going to have 3 matches on this card, are they? And then in the evening, because I'm guessing there ain't going to be any more WWE stuff that late. Probably.
We'll get to that. Okay, yeah, that's it. You're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, for Thursday, that's it. So closing out the day, again as part of WWN Live, Joey Janela Spring Break, presented by Game Changer Wrestling. So the clusterfuck, from what I can tell, features at least Ethan Page, John Silver, Glacier, Darby Allin, Jervis Cottonbelly, The Invisible Man, Jimmy Lloyd, Vader Scott, Crazy Boy, Dink the Clown, Travis Gordon, Brian Idol, Marcus Graham Facade, and more.
Yes.
Oh, Hebner's showing up for something because they can't pay him enough.
Run in.
Sammy Callahan versus Kyle the Beast. Leo Rush taking on Keith Lee. The intergender tag match with Andy Williams and Penelope Ford taking on Braxton Sutter and Ali. Matt Tremont versus Eddie Kingston, which I think is it for the GCW title.
Doesn't say it is, but I'm gonna guess it probably is.
It says on the back of the T-shirt, which I'm a bit confused about, but I don't know. Matt Riddle versus Dan Severn, and Joey Janela versus Marty Jannetty.
Yes.
So moving on to Friday. I'm guessing 9 a.m. probably isn't WWE.
No.
Probably like 10. It's like...
No.
Oh, wow, they're sleeping in.
Yes.
So at 9 a.m., the first session of WrestleCon is up at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. 11, we got QT Marshall doing a seminar at Team Vision Dojo.
11.
More Hulk Hogan signings at 12 as well.
11 is also Dolph Ziggler at the WrestleMania Superstore at 11 a.m. First 300 people, same rules apply. Wristbands handed out, first come, first serve.
So then we get to the first one I'm excited for, which I can't see because why did I have to go to the charity thing at the cinema? Oh wait, it's charity. Progress Wrestling takes over Orlando. We now have the card for this. 7 matches. At least at this time. We've got James Drake versus Rockstar Spud. So that's interesting. Rockstar Spud on a show with a heck of a lot of WWE talents on. I don't know whether that means anything. Possibly. Then again, I'd have thought they'd want Rockstar stuff. So, but the key thing to note about this is even the people that are appearing on other companies' stuff are going to be on this pay-per-view, even though obviously quite a few are WWE bound, which is good to see. We've got Ginny versus Tony Storm. Shane Strickland teams with Sami Callihan to take on Travis Banks and TK Cooper. Matt Riddle defends the Atlas title against Trent Seven. Zack Sabre Jr. faces Jimmy Havoc in a non-title match, from what I can tell. But who knows? Then, per the orders of William Regal, Tyler Bate has to defend his WWE UK title on a Progress Wrestling show, taking on Mark Andrews. And Pete Dunne defends the Progress World title against Mark Haskins. Also, at 12, Fighting Evolution Wrestling has got their Florida Legends show over the afternoon, featuring Judge Jack Kelly versus Dave Johnson. B-Sci Shot. How the hell do you pronounce that?
Sci-fi?
B-Sci-Hi?
B-Sci-Fi.
Sci-Fi? Okay, that's confusing. Versus the Tokyo Monster Kahagas. Triple threat with Mike McNeely, Zach Sommer, and Eric Rain. Apollo versus Deimos. Amazing Maria taking on Alyssa Sky. And Shane Mercer versus Isaiah.
At 1 o'clock, you can meet Charlotte from 1 to 3 at the Cricket Wireless on Sand Lake. And autographs first come, first serve. Call 407-250-5885. And also at 1 o'clock, Bailey is going to be at the Orlando Eye from 1 to 4. No autographs. It's a photo op only, and you get a ride on the Eye. Tickets at officialorlandoeye.com.
You have to pay for hugs. God damn it.
Or you could just run into her at one of the various events in the theme parks. I mean, that's also a possibility as well. like I did. I didn't have to pay
tomorrow. I
didn't have to spend $35 to meet Bailey. I just kind of ran into her waiting outside of Bill and Ted. So there you go.
I approve.
Yes.
I don't know if we're going to do, but whatever. 2:30, there's a Glacier seminar at Team Vision Dojo. Then at 3 p.m., another FEW show. It's the all-women show, featuring Faye Jackson versus Mila Naniki. Santana Garrett taking... Say again?
That sounds right.
I wasn't sure it was... Yeah. I was trying to do it like the Japanese like manga and like Nani, like so yeah, Naniki. Santana Garrett versus Aaron Monroe. A 4-way with Casey Lennox, Holly Dead, Reagan Fire, and Machiko. Triple threat with Alyssa Sky, Amanda Rodriguez, and Lindsay Snow. Rainbow Bright of Luscious Latasha and Gabby Gilbert take on the Dollhouse of Marty Bell and Rebel. Christ, that. Why does that stable need to still fucking exist? And Leah Knox with Abu Dadadine taking on Britt Baker.
Then we get to the show that I want to go to, and I would go to if I were able to.
Now, this is the problem. I don't know which one this is, because actually both of them look strong at 4. We'll start off with the WrestleCon half.
Yes.
Rev Pro. Once again, the UK is taking over Orlando. Whee! So I've got 6 matches. Owen will probably give me another 14.
No, we got 6.
We got Jeff Cobb versus Martin Stone, the Unbreakable fucking Machines, taking on Ryan Smile and Shane Strickland. Ray Phoenix versus Will Ospreay. Sami Callihan taking on Jay White. Ricochet versus Marty Scurll. And Zack Sabre Jr. versus Penta El Zero Miedo.
Also at 4 o'clock.
Evolve 81. The second half of the Evolve shows over the WrestleMania weekend. Ethan Page and the Gatekeepers will be on the show in some shape or form. Not sure how. Probably he beating up somebody. We've got Timothy Thatcher taking on ACH. Drew Galloway versus Leo Rush. Tracy Williams, Chris Dickinson, and Yaka defend. They're in tag action against Jason Kincaid, Sammy Guevara, and Austin Theory. Keith Lee versus Donovan Dijak. Fred Yehai taking on Matt Riddle, and Zack Sabre Jr. versus Michael Elgin. I don't know whether that's for the belt or not. Could be. Gabe likes to do that shit. Then at 5, more Access.
So we have the VIP signing of Shinsuke Nakamura, plus regular signings of Braun Strowman, Jimmy J. Uso, Bray Wyatt, Naomi, Golden Truth, Heath Slater, and Rhino, and Asuka. Plus matches for the day will include Tyler Bate putting the UK title up against Mark Haskins, Pete Dunne defending the Progress title against Mark Andrews, and action from Jimmy Havoc, TK Cooper, and Travis Banks, Dahlia Black, Tony Storm, and Jenny. At 7 p.m., Seth Rollins will be doing his premium VIP signing and access. I hope we haven't lost Ashley. It sounds like we might have. No, he's still there. I just don't know why he's not talking.
Well, I had to go because there was like weird shouting earlier, and I sort of used that access bit to check on. So 7 p.m. I'm guessing we're at now.
Yes.
So there's I don't know what this is because they don't seem to have a Facebook page or anything. But at the Guilt nightclub, there's like SPTV Wrestling Group or something.
Yeah, I have 3 matches that are listed right now.
Yeah, those are the only ones I think anybody can find. Masquerade Dorada versus Damus. Taya versus Jessica Havoc, and the triple threat with Rey Mysterio, John Morrison, and Brian Cage. So bar Havoc, that basically is a Lucha Underground show. Yep. Practically.
Also at 7.
Then at 7, we've got the FEW Super Party concert, along with a show with it, featuring Johan Ramses versus Chuckles, Scorpio Sky versus Too Cold Scorpio.
Wow.
Ooh. Gangrel versus Moose. Less wow. Alex Chamberlain versus Simbodi. The Headbangers versus Crime Time.
Wow.
Where's Vinny? The Pope Elijah Burke. Hang on. He's changed his name. Taking on Sweet Johnny Velvet. And then a triple threat with JB Cole, Reggie Rhythm, and Mr. 450.
Plus, of course, the Yang Yang Twins and VIC will be performing at the party. This is the Downtown Orlando Recreation Complex from 7 to 9. 7:30, the Hall of Fame ceremony at the Amway.
Eric Legrand will get the Warrior Award, supposedly inducted by Dana, but it might get somebody else doing it. I'm trying to think. I guess Roman could. Dwayne could if he was available. I guess Corbin, though, comes from a football background as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I just think it's going to be Dana.
Yeah, probably is, but, I wouldn't mind somebody that is in the wrestling business, that was a football player, possibly made some appearance. Of course, one of the obvious ones is already in action, because Teddy Long's being inducted by the APA of Farouk and Bradshaw. DDP being inducted by Bischoff. Beth Phoenix inducted by Natalia. The Rock and Roll Express being inducted by Jim Cornette. Rick Rude inducted by Ricky Steamboat. And John Cena inducting the main attraction, I guess, of the event, Kurt Angle.
Yes.
Then at 8 p.m., Shikara has its first show for quite a few years in Orlando. Turn left because it's Doctor Who theme this year. Oh, while I'm here, worth mentioning, the final part of the season for the Secret Show Shikara airs at 12 Eastern on Friday on Shikaratopia. So we'll eventually find out how Mustache Mountain lost their tag belts, hopefully. And also how Ultramantis Black came to win the Grand Championship of Hallowicked. So on this Turn Left show, 6 matches, probably with a 7th encore match, as they usually do. We've got Oleg the Usurper versus Race Jackson. Cyberhawk 2000 of Silverhawk and Razorhawk facing the closers of Sloan Caprice and Rick Rowland. Silverant and Missile Assault Man taking the Legion of Rot of Hallowicked and Frightmare. Then in an interesting 10-person tag, Juan Francisco Coronado, Wani, the Hermit Crab, the Cajun Crawdad, and Murloc take on the Furies of Ophidian, Fire Ant, Icarus, Travis Huckabee, and Solo Darling. Ultramantis Black goes one-on-one with Grado. And then for the Campeonato de Parejas, champions Sonny Defarge and Cornelius Crummels defend against Chuck Taylor and Dustin. Oh my God, if Dustin could become I think, would it be 3-time tag champ, I think? I think he was tag champ possibly with Icarus and possibly with Gargano a few years back, so not sure. But I'm hoping for something like that. Who knows? Also at 8, Brainbuster Pro Wrestling at the Team Vision Dojo. Have we only got 4 matches for this? Are you aware of, Owen, or not?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Craig Classic versus AJ Janazzo, Aaron Eric and Chip Dave versus Roscoe E. Lisa. Hang on, is that 2-on-1? That's confusing. Or is Roscoe E. Lisa a tag team?
Not sure.
Sonico with Carlina takes on Vandal, and QT Marshall defends the Monster Factory heavyweight title against Leon St. Giovanni.
And then the second show that I wish I could go to.
The WrestleCon Super Show at 8:30. Featuring appearances probably in wrestling capacity. Have they announced this?
No, they're not announcing anything for it right now that I can see.
I guess they could be part of the WrestleCon Rumble. But the names confirmed, but not in matches. Too Cold Scorpio, Trevor Lee, Mascarita Dorada, Shannon Moore, Shane Strickland, Caleb Conley, ACH, Jack Evans, Angelico, Sammy Callahan, Vampira, and Drew Galloway, amongst probably more. The other 4 matches confirmed. A TLC match between Brian Cage and Johnny Mundo. A 10-man tag with Team Osprey versus Team Ricochet. I guess we'll find out who they're with over the course of the show. Bobby Lashley 1-on-1 with Jeff Cobb. And the main events, the Hardys take on Phoenix and Penta El Zero Miedo. So, yeah, brothers versus brothers. Legit. I approve. Then at 10:15, Punk Pro Wrestling. CM Punk. No. As part of the show, it's Martin Stone versus Dominic Guarini. Rhett Giddings versus Jake Something. Ethan Case faces Stevie Fierce and possibly somebody else. Whether they'll get somebody to replace Rude Boy Riley, I'm guessing so.
Yeah.
But I don't think Punk Pro Wrestling has announced it. I'm not sure. I know that the company that's doing the show on Monday have already replaced him. Anyway. And Eric Cannon will be challenging for the Punk Pro title. And then the most important one to me, Kaiju Big Battle! Taking part in Civil Wars. Not just one, Marvel, multiple ones. Let me just quickly go to see if they've suddenly added a third match tonight. But while I was getting the notes, because they probably could have. Kaiju. Big Battle. So the matches confirmed are Unicorn Party versus Number 13 for the final confrontation of the Cosmic Monster Challenge. And also Dust O'Bunny versus the Grudgian for the Arm Wrestling Championship. And those are the only matches that are announced so far. It's worth noting. Although, interestingly, looking at the poster that they've got for the thing, it looks as if Su Yung will be part of the show. That could be interesting. You can catch that on the Flow Slam stuff. Moving into Saturday, April Fool's Day.
My mom's birthday.
The fool is you're seeing a shit ton of wrestling.
Legit.
That's the fool. You're seeing a shit ton of wrestling. Too much wrestling, damn it. Starts all the way at 8 a.m. for part one of the Access Wrestling stuff. And probably signings. Yeah,
Access includes Samoa Joe's VIP signing at 8 a.m. This will run until noon. You have Bo Dallas, Mojo Rawley, Neville, Jinder Mahal, Lana, American Alpha, and Mark Henry. And matches will be featuring Akira Tozawa versus Arya Daivari, Pete Dunne putting the Progress title up against Wolfgang, Tyler Bate defending the UK Championship against Joseph Connors.
So that's already sort of possibly giving away the fact that they're winning the belts then at Progress. That's annoying. I guess not. Dunn and Haskins has potential to possibly be not. That's all I'm saying. At 9 a.m., session 2 of WrestleCon at the Hyatt Regency. Then at 12, more Hulk Hogan stuff.
Hold on, I got a lot more than that. 10 a.m., Roman is going to be doing his premium VIP signing at Access.
Nobody cares.
At 10 a.m., Nikki Bella is going to be doing her VIP signing at Access.
Nikki isn't even premium. Oh, well, that's actually a winner.
Here's an interesting one that just got announced like yesterday. There's going to be a DDP Yoga at Full Sail Live, which is the same place that NXT tapes. There's 100 people, and that is limited to, but it's 130 capacities. That's interesting. DDP is going to be there with Titus O'Neil, Natalya, and Dana Warrior. So it's going to be at 10 a.m. until noon. and there's going to be a yoga session, a panel discussion, a Q&A, photos and refreshments, and media interviews. There is no admission for this, but it's first come, first serve. So
Nice.
very interesting. And you can also meet Ric Flair at the Foot Locker at the Florida Mall on OBT at 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. More information, 407-857-6190. And that leads us to Hulk Hogan.
If anybody gets him to eat some KFC Georgia Gold, I'd love it.
Make that happen. Make that happen.
Yeah, the Hogan signing, blah de blah de blah. Let's get to the wrestling, because at the same time, 12 midday, Pro Wrestling Revolver, as part of is that the WrestleCon stuff?
Yeah, it's Pancakes and Pile Drivers, presented officially by IHOP. They're giving you free pancakes.
Yes. Free pancakes, and then you also get some pretty good matches. So there's an AR Fox open invite ladder match, which looks to be an 8-person ladder match.
This is 10.
The participants confirmed 10.
Yep.
Holy so I've got AR Fox,
yep,
Leo Rush, Serpentico, Matt Cross, Trevor Lee, and Andrew Everett. Who are the other 4?
Well, first off, Matt Cross obviously is probably not going to be able to make it because of his, broken leg. So my guess is
well, that happened. Why didn't they change all that shit then? Well, bloody hell.
I guess Andrew Everett is probably going to take his spot, because also involved in this open invite ladder match will be Eric Cannon, Jason Cade, Joey Janela, Caleb Conley, and Zachary Wentz.
So it's a 10-man. Okay, yeah, that looks good.
Continue.
There's a 4-way with ACH, Michael Elgin, Desmond Xavier, and Palmer.
That was correct before, but Moose has been added to make it a 5-way.
God damn it, Pro Wrestling Revolver. When you put out a card, don't fucking change it unless somebody's injured. Christ. Jake Manning versus Sue Young. Is that still all right?
You're fine.
The Chris brothers take on the White Boys from Heaven of Angelico and Jack Evans. David Starr one-on-one with Jeff Cobb. Then Brian Cage and Sami Callihan versus Ray Phoenix and Penta. So that's Lucha. Except it's Lucha Underground versus what the fuck do we do, AAA? Underground. And I guess also thinking about it, also from Lucha Underground, the main event of Ricochet versus Shane Strickland.
Don't forget the match with the Chris brothers versus Evans and Angelico is going to be a Fans Bring the Presents match, because we're celebrating Jack Evans' birthday.
Oh, yes.
And also a match that was added that I don't know if you know about, Eddie Kingston versus Kruger.
Okay.
So if you want to see Eddie Kingston face Adam Rose, you're going to see it live.
Oh, okay, so it's Leo Kruger.
Yes.
Because you just said Kruger, I was like, okay.
That's what he's going by on the Indies now, until he retires.
Oh. He isn't Leo.
He can't be, not legally. Noon, Shimmer returns to the Orlando Event Center.
He could be Leonard.
He's just using Kruger.
Leonard. Just call him Leonard. Shimmer 91. Only 4 matches announced. Santana Garrett taking on Shayna Baszler with Nicole Savoy. Dolce Garcia versus Kellyanne. Mount Tessa. Vanessa Craven and Tessa Blanchard defend the tag belts against Mia Yim and Kaylee Ray. And Mercedes Martinez puts the Shimmer World title on the line against Candice LeRae. Are they going to do it? Who knows? Also appearing, but yet to be confirmed in matches, are Cherry Bomb / Ali, whatever, Jessica Havoc, Leva Bates, Veda Scott, Britt Baker, Samantha Heights, Nevaeh, Shotzi Blackheart, and Lufisto. And more importantly, Portia Perez is going to be on commentary for the iPay-per-view. I approve. Approve a lot.
1 p.m. Till 3 at the Lids at the Florida Mall in OBT. You're going to be able to meet the New Day. Proof of purchase is required. First come, first serve availability. More information, 407-240-0610.
Is that where you get the pops?
I doubt it, because that is a store that sells hats.
They'll find they've got a bike. Also at 1, part 2 of the Access stuff.
This session is officially sold out.
Ooh, let me think who's on it. Eva Marie, Baron Corbin.
At any rate,
the Usos.
AJ Styles will be doing his premium VIP signing at 1. Chris Jericho will be doing his VIP signing at 1. 1 p.m. will also include Nia Jax, Daniel Bryan, Charlotte, Kevin Owens, Alexa Bliss, Dolph Ziggler, Carmella, Kane, and R-Truth.
Quite a few of the names, I understand why it's sold out. Some of the others,
not so much. NXT. Well, technically, former and current NXT talent will be featured on the Access matches. Heavy Machinery against the Vaudevillains, Tino Sabatelli and Riddick Moss versus the Ascension, and matches involving Daria Baronetto and Liv Morgan, plus more.
At 1:30, WCPW State of Emergency at the Orlando Sports Center. Some of the matches that I thought that were happening now possibly aren't, so they haven't really announced anything yet for it, so it's unclear. The only matches we've got confirmed are Drew Galloway defending the WCPW title against Rampage, El Ligero versus King Ricochet, Martin Kirby taking on BT Gunn, David Starr versus Bobby Fish, and Primate versus Michael Elgin. Also appearing as part of the show, Grado, Jim Cornette, Matt Stryker, and recently added Joey Ryan will be part of the show. Then at 2, Ring of Honor will be having its Festival of Honor at Lakeland, Florida, including a Woman of Honor card. That's the one we previously mentioned. So it's technically part of the Festival of Honor and not part of the pay-per-view bit, which I sort of expected. So I've already run through that card, so there's no point in going through it again. Also at 2, though, the Ringside with Jim Ross at Plaza North Live, with special guests Paul O'Brien and Tony Schiavone. Not many times Giovanni and JR actually appeared together, I'd have thought.
A little bit more in WCW, obviously.
Yeah, certainly. Then 2:45, One Night with a Click. Except, has anybody noticed a problem? It's labeled One Night with a Click, and it's at 2:45 in the afternoon.
Well, I guess there's a contest at the end at the actual con where you can win Actually, no, it's not a contest. It's one of the things you can buy. One of the packages, you can get a limo ride over to Takeover with all of the Click.
Yeah.
3 p.m. Dean Ambrose will be doing his premium VIP signing at Access. And here's the interesting one. At the Cineplex here at Universal Orlando Resort at the AMC, there's going to be a free screening of the Marine 5 Battleground. Ashley's left dumbfounded.
Even if they paid me, I wouldn't go. Even if it was free. Christ.
Tickets are free, first come, first serve. You can RSVP at eventbrite.com and themarine5.com for more information. The Miz.
Wait, that's actually at a theater?
Yes.
They're actually showing Marine 5 at a cinema. Fucking hell.
The Miz.
Did that cinema show chips last week? Is that desperate?
We have a lot. We have a lot of screens here. Yes. The Miz,
Christ.
Bo Dallas, Heath Slater, Curtis Axel, Naomi, and Maurice will all be participating in a Q&A after the screening. So if you want to see the Miz, the Social Outcast, Naomi, or Maurice, you have a chance to get over to Universal City Walk and be able to do so.
Also at 3 p.m., a couple of shows. Ignite Wrestling at the Team Vision Dojo. Quite a big card here. We've got Mance Warner and Dale Patrick versus Percy Davis and C.T. Brown. The Gym Nasty Boys of Timmy Lou Retton and White Mike take on Roscoe E. Lisa.
That must be
Again,
tag
that's
team.
got to be a tag team. Colby Carino with Coach Mikey one-on-one with Ace Perry. I'd say, is that happening?
No.
Who knows?
Probably not.
Ethan Case versus Trip Cassidy. Going Rogue of Aaron Eric and Chip Day take on the Ugly Ducklings of Lance Lude and Rob Killjoy. And Teddy Stigma versus Brandon Knight. And then also Fighting Evolution Wrestling FEW have a Lucha show. Which this is an interesting list of people because some of these are like from every single company that I've not heard of. And some that I have. So we've got El Heo de Octagon versus El Conejo Urbano. Apollo and El Diablo Rojo take on the Guadalupe Brothers. Lou Dark versus Lindsay Snow. Scorpio Sky taking on Mr. 450. A triple threat with Willie Mack, Bestia 666, and Ray Horus. So that is... Oh, what's his name? Dragon Azteca Jr., Luchasaurus, or was it Pindar?
Pindar.
And Damac, Big Willie. Mariachi Loco versus Ricardo Rodriguez. Silver King, Ramses Silver King. So I don't know if that is Silver King. I doubt it. Maybe, though. Certainly haven't heard him referenced, though, as Ramses Silver King. But, you know, if he's left AAA or something, then he clearly could have. And El Hijo de Mascara Sagrada take on El Hijo de Dr. Wagner and Gronda. Then at 4 p.m., there is the Internet Darlings live at the Embassy Suites on iDrive between 4 and 6, featuring Brian Zane from Wrestling with Regret, along with Adam Blompier, Grim from Grimm's Toy Shows, Matthew of Botchamania, and also other YouTubers, Joe Cronin, Stephen Larson, and JD from New York. And they'll be just like discussing the business, really.
I should be at this show if there was any justice in this world.
Also at the same time, Shikara's Bad Wolf, their second show. Matches confirmed so far. There's a four-way elimination tag with the Colony of Fire Ant and Silver Ant, the Legion of Rot of Hallowicked and Frightmare, Solo Darling and Travis Huckabee, and Los Ice Creams of El Heo the Ice Cream and Ice Cream Jr. Ophidian and his open challenge accepted by Jeremy Leary. Space Monkey defends the Young Lions Cup against Wani. Zack Sabre Jr. one-on-one with Max Smashmaster. And Ultramantis Black puts his Grand Championship on the line against Juan Francisco de Coronado. Also, there's some Hulk Hogan signing shit.
Poor Pete.
And then the WrestleCon Women's Super Show as well. Which, from what I can tell, is basically a Queens of Combat show. At least that's what it was saying on Lever's Twitch page as she was saying her appearances. Yeah, I watch her on Twitch.
Even though I cannot find who she's working.
Hey?
I can't find who she's working on that show.
It probably isn't listed.
It's not.
Remember, the Queens of Combat shows previously gave you here's 2 wrestlers and a whole heap of others, which we won't tell you, come to the show. So the fact that we've actually got 7 matches out of this, we should be like thanking God.
There's more than 7.
Oh shit. So okay, I'll go from top to bottom then. At least so the main event will be Su Yung versus Taya Valkyrie. We've also got Gabby and Santana Garrett versus Chelsea Green and Taylor Hendricks. I'm wondering whether that could be those two, because those two, Su Yung has the Queens of Combat title, and Chelsea Green and Taylor Hendricks have the tag belts. So I'm wondering whether they're going to be title matches. They could be. We've also got Jazz versus Kennedy Brink, Jessica Havoc versus Kellyanne, Indy Hartwell taking on Thunder Rosa, a 4-way with Angel Rose, Solo Darling, Samantha Heights, and Renee Michelle, and Deonna Purrazzo and Hudson Envy. And
tag team action, Tessa Blanchard and Rachel Ellering take on Allie and Alexis. And the match that I really want to see live, Shayna Baszler versus Joey Ryan.
Oh, shit. If that's the case, then we could be seeing Jade versus Lever.
It's possible because they're announced as also appearing as well.
And Renee Michelle as well.
Renee Michelle, she's in the 4-way.
Because I'm guessing Alexis is Nevaeh. Possibly.
Yes, you're correct.
It was confusing because there's like multiple Nevaehs. Like, what?
5:30.
5:30, we've got the Eddie Kingston seminar at the Team Vision Dojo.
Yes.
Then 6, Supercard of Honor, which we already previously talked about.
Yes.
On iPay-per-view for $30 with the Young Bucks and other Bucks, probably. And then also at 6, the third Access session, at least for the wrestling side of things. There's probably signings, though, is there?
Yeah, VIP signing from Bray Wyatt. Plus, you're going to see Apollo Crews, Sting, Mickie James, Sami Zayn, Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express, Titus O'Neil, Zack Ryder, and Rich Swann.
So none of them will be at TakeOver then, possibly. Or how far is the convention center from Amway?
You can get there.
Okay.
In action will be Akira Tozawa versus Steve Cutler. Trent Seven puts the ICW heavyweight title on the line against Noam Dar. And TJ Perkins and Mustafa Ali take on Tino Sabatelli and Riddick Moss.
For one night only, Noam Dar is back in ICW.
At 7 p.m., Justin Roberts is going to be at the Barnes & Noble in Sand Lake with Tommy Dreamer and John Morrison signing his brand new book, Best Seat in the House, Your Backstage Pass Through My WWE Journey. More information, 407-345-0900. FEW.
Say again?
FEW.
Oh, FEW. What you're saying, ICW. I was like, what? It's the Mega Show, which features Micro Championship. Christ. It's a Mega Show, but it's featuring midget. So we got Mini Sheik Iraq versus Lieutenant Dan USA.
Having just went to Bubba Gump the other day.
Sorry, we have to
laugh.
I thought I laughed my ass off enough at Kaiju Big Battle. Turns out I was just waiting for the bloody for the Micro Championship Wrestling card. I wonder if Hulk Hogan will be on this one, considering how it was his promotion for supposed months. Christ. For the MCW title, King Samoa takes on Cowboy Kid Quick. Huggy Cub faces the Tiny Tara Blix.
What are these names?
There's a Midget Rumble.
Oh my God.
And then fuck the midgets. We need some proper wrestlers. So we've got a three-way with Aaron Solo, Ricky Starks, and Facade. Leia Knox taking on MG Jenkins. And then the main event, because apparently Huggy Cub has to fucking work twice. You better pay him twice, you fuckers. He's teaming up with Crime Time to take on the Headbangers on Hornswoggle. What the fuck did we do to deserve that shit? What is this?
And while Mr. Bailey is involved in a three-way, his main squeeze is going to be doing a VIP signing at Access, so you can meet Bailey at 8 p.m.
Okay, so she isn't going to be at Takeover then.
Nope.
Speaking of that, the Amway Center will be hosting Takeover.
Woo.
5 matches confirmed so far. The 8-person tag with Sanity versus Not Sanity. Trying to think. No Way Jose. Dillinger. Roderick Strong and Ruby Riott / Heidi Lovelace. Aleister Black makes his debut taking on Andrade Cien Almas. The Triple Threat elimination match with Authors of Pain, DIY defending against DIY and the Revival. Asuka defends the women's title against Ember Moon, and Bobby Roode defends the NXT Championship against Nakamura. I am honestly not sure whether they're actually going to give Nakamura the win there. Further proving why Bobby Roode won it, or asking us why Bobby Roode won it back at the Royal Rumble. When you could have reversed it and have Bobby Roode come out on top in Orlando.
Would have made more sense.
Which I think there's an irony there or something.
WWN Super Show.
Yeah. Oh, God. That clip. So they're labeling it Evolve versus Progress, but that's really only half the card. So unclear.
Mercury Rising.
Apparently, Stokely Hathaway will be presenting a night of appreciation for Timothy Thatcher. That'll be interesting to see. In more ways than one. Keith Lee versus Jason Kincaid. The Red Wedding is upon us as Lufisto defends the Shine title against Su Yung. Then your 4 Evolve versus Progress matches. We've got Travis Banks and TK Cooper of the South Pacific Power Trip taking on Chris Dickinson and Yaka. Ethan Page versus Jimmy Havoc. And then the interesting ones, Pete Dunne versus ACH and Zack Sabre Jr. versus Mark Haskins. Whoever has the Progress World title after Evolve 80 on tomorrow, on Thursday, will take that title to defend it against their respective person. So Zack Sabre, if he retains, will be defending against Haskins. And if ACH wins, he'll defend it against Pete Dunne. So there's the possibility, if that happens then, of Progress champion versus Evolve champion with only the Evolve belt on the line, but whatever. And then also the Battle of Champions to crown the first WWN champion. It'll be Fred Yehi, Drew Galloway, John Davis, Matt Riddle, Paro, and Tracy Williams. So that's a 6-pack challenge, I guess you could call it. A 6-way eliminator. And all of it. Also at 8, though, at the Team Vision Dojo, the US Wrestling Alliance has a road trip. Hopefully it doesn't involve Tom Green. I don't know if we've got any card for that.
We just have people that are going to be on the show.
Yeah. So appearing are Aaron Epic, Cameron Cade, Eric Wayner, Chip Day, Eric Moore, Beastly Brody, and more. And then I guess the final part of the WrestleCon stuff is at 8:30 with CZW's Best of the Best 2017. The first round matches in the tournament have AR Fox, Jason Cade, Ricochet, and David Starr in a four-way. The other four ways being the Chris Brothers, Sami Callihan, and Ray Phoenix, Scorpio Sky, Zachary Wentz, Anthony Henry, and Michael Elgin, and Joey Janela, Leo Rush, Shane Strickland, and Desmond Xavier. From what I can tell, it's going to be semi-finals and finals afterwards if we're going by tradition. Although I wouldn't be surprised if, depending how long they want the show to go, it could just be a four-way final, possibly. I'm not sure. Normally it's semi-finals and finals, but we'll see. Then we have an Ultimate Opportunity jackpot match where the winner gets a title shot of their choosing when and where they want. Featuring Ethan Case, Ricky Shane Page, Alexander James, Caleb Conley, Ace Austin, and Tony Deppen. My money is probably on either Shane Page or Deppen to win.
Page is my guess too.
Well, because of Deppen's feud with Donst, I think it could be. Actually, I don't even know if it's a title match. I think they get a match of their choosing.
Right.
I think the idea is it's for a title, so so I'd say Deppen and Shane Page are probably the favorites for that one because they're the guys that are actually normally in there a lot. Alexander James is, I guess, as well, but he's sort of on the fringes, sadly, because he was part of the original campaign for a Better Combat Zone. And also we got Matt Tremont versus Penta, El Zero Miedo, and Joe Gacy defending the CW title against Brian Cage. Then at 10, it's a Kevin Nash shenanigans party. Does that mean you go from the click thing to take over back in the limo to the shenanigans party then?
I don't necessarily think so.
Well, that's just unfair. So as part of the party at the pub at Point Orlando on the iDrive, obviously Kevin Nash will be there. It's his party, supposedly. Also, there will be Mean Gene, Al Snow, James Storm, Ken Anderson, ODB, Rosita, Taya Trinidad, MVP, Abyss, Billy Gunn, Swoggle, and more. If Swoggle hasn't been murdered by the Headbangers. You never know. 11:30, we'll mention it even though it's sold out. There's something to wrestling with live with Bruce Pritchard and Conrad Thompson. I don't know why that sold out. The podcast is convoluted as all shit.
11:55.
The final bit of the main bit, I would argue, of WWN Live's event stuff. Beyond Wrestling's Caffeine at the event center. Full card, I think, is now confirmed by Drew Cordero, the boss and the booker. So there's an 8-man tag with Team Pazuzu of Dickinson, Yaka, Drastic, and Angel Ortiz. So basically Dickinson, Yaka, and EYFBO. Taking on the Gentleman's Club of Chuck Taylor / Dustin and Orange Cassidy with the Swamp Monster. And also Team Tremendous of Dan Barry and Bill Carr teaming up with the Gentleman's Club. So I guess it's an officer and a gentleman combining of sorts as well. Janelope of Penelope Ford and Joey Janela have issued an open challenge. I'm tempted to hope it will be Ali and Braxton.
That's what I'm thinking
possibly.
It'll be.
Hell, it could be Cody and Brandy, possibly.
It's possible.
Then again, Penelope is a bit too strong probably to be with Brandy Rhodes to make it look level. I don't know. AR Fox versus John Silver, Deonna Purrazzo versus Lufisto, David Starr taking on Sami Callihan. The Unbreakable Fucking Machines of Elgin and Cage take on the Hit Squad of Dan Maff and Steve Mack. Keith Lee versus Jeff Cobb, and Matt Riddle versus Donovan Dijak. headlining.
Okay.
Then we move on to Sunday.
Access.
Nearly there. So at 9 a.m. we got Access. Is that the only one of the Access of the day? Yeah, it is.
It's actually 8 a.m.
Oh, it's even earlier. Holy shit.
Kurt Angle's premium VIP signing will be at 8 a.m. at Access, and also signing will be Brian Kendrick, Beth Phoenix, Finn Balor, Alicia Fox, Kelly, and the Fashion Police of Fandango and Tyler Breeze. Plus, matches include Trent Seven defending the ICW title against Wolfgang, and Tyler Bate defending the UK Championship against Pete Dunne in the match that should have happened either at TakeOver or WrestleMania.
So at 10 a.m.
Edge will be doing the VIP signing at Access.
And then also at WrestleCon, there's a Mania Moments brunch.
Yes.
Whatever that is. And then from 10 till 6, the WWN guys will be hosting a broken tailgate party. The Hardy family will be there doing signings. EC3 is going to be a guest bartender. There'll also be a live event co-produced, from what I can tell, from FIP and ACW. All Outsiders Saddle Up at 100 North Orange Avenue. I'll get to the card in a minute, because before all that, 12 p.m., we've got another Hogan signing. And then at 1:30, another ringside with Jim Ross featuring Bruce Pritchard and Jim Cornette. Then at 2, I'm guessing we're done now with the Access signings.
Yes.
Probably. Well, because we're only like a few hours before WrestleMania, it'll be like, that's a bit awkward. They don't have time to prepare. So the FIP show, as part of the tailgate party, features Jason Kay versus Anthony Henry, accompanied by Amber Young. Caleb Conley versus Austin Theory. Aria Blake taking on Priscilla Kelly. Martin Stone and John Davis go head-to-head one last time in what's being dubbed as the final showdown for Martin Stone's Heritage title, or FIP Florida Heritage title, I should say. The FIP champ, Fred Yehai, defends the belt against Desmond Xavier. And then the 8-man tag, Sammy Guevara, ACH, Keith Lee and Michael Elgin versus, I'm guessing, Uncle John's friends, probably?
Maybe.
Because considering they are the FIP people. Well, considering it's AR Fox, Sammy Callahan, and Dave Christ, that seems to hint towards Uncle John's friends. I'm just wondering who the fourth person could be. Who's friends with Zandig? That isn't Nick Gage. Because I'm guessing it's probably that. Who knows? Then other gates opening at 4:30, you say, for Mania?
3:30. 3:30 is when the stadium
3:30.
opens.
3:30. I'm guessing the first matches will be starting probably by about 5:30.
Yes.
If we're going by last year. So with Mania, the pre-show is the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, Neville versus Aries for the Cruiserweight belt, and then the six-pack challenge for the SmackDown Women's belt, with Alexa Bliss defending against Becky Lynch, Natalia, Mickie James, Carmella, and Naomi.
Also in the Battle Royal will be Mojo Rawley, Apollo Crews, Big Show, Kurt Hawkins, Braun Strowman, Golden Truth, Shining Stars, Curtis Axel, Bo Dallas, Jinder Mahal, Sami Zayn, the Fashion Police, Dolph Ziggler, Rhino, Heath Slater, American Alpha, the Usos, Mark Henry, Sin Cara, Titus O'Neil, the Ascension Police, and the Vaudevillains.
There's a lot of people.
30 people.
So then with the main card, I guess that's 10 matches.
God.
From what I can tell.
Yeah.
So it's the triple threat ladder match for the Raw tag belts with Gallows and Anderson defending against Enzo and Cass and Cesaro and Sheamus.
Don't be surprised
Dean
if it's
Ambrose. Four-way?
Don't be surprised if the Hardys are involved in that match. And walk out with the gold.
Wonderful. Ambrose defends the IC title against Baron Corbin. I really hope a forklift is involved, but I fear it won't be. Cena and Nikki Bella win against Miz and Maurice, and then there's a marriage proposal, and Al Roker loses his shit.
So dumb.
Holy shit! The best match of the night. Chris Jericho defending the US title against Kevin Owens.
Yes.
Bayley, Charlotte, Sasha, and Nia Jax in the Fatal 4-Way Eliminator for the Raw Women's title. They're, proving that the women are on equal ground. SmackDown, go the fuck on the pre-show. The Raw things, your main event.
I'd rather be on the pre-show than not defending my titles.
Shane McMahon versus AJ Styles. The non-sanctioned, unsanctioned, whatever the fucking sanctioned of non-variety match between Seth Rollins and Triple H. Roman Reigns versus Mark Calloway, who may or may not be The Undertaker. And then Goldberg defends the Universal belt against Brock Lesnar. And Bray Wyatt defends the WWE title against Rumble winner Randy Orton. Will we see the Rumble winner for the third year in a row not win?
Would be nice.
Because obviously last year Triple H won the belt at the Rumble but lost at Mania. The year before, Roman won the Rumble and then lost because of Rollins. Trying to think, 30 actually would be the same as well, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because Batista won, so we're actually on a 4-year streak. Who won 20? Who won at Mania for going for Mania 29? I can't even remember. 2013. God, who won the Rumble in 2013? I had a blank.
Continue.
I should know that. Well, that's it. Well, I guess there's more stuff.
There's more than that.
Yeah.
John Cena won.
Okay. Oh, yeah, to face Rock and beat Rock. So it would be the first time in 4 years if the Rumble winner actually won. So hopefully that streak gets turned around. And then at 10 p.m., the WN Live after party featuring Matt Riddle, along with, Matt Riddle will be there. It's at the back booth in 37 West Pine Street. 18 and over only. If you're listening to this show and you're under 18, fuck off. Partly I'm doing this because I've apparently heard today that when people have turned on restricted mode for things, stuff that's got swearing has been allowed in, but then stuff that hasn't got swearing has been restricted. So I'm trying to work the algorithms here and do a shit ton of swearing. Fuck shit cunt. Apparently, Shake and Bass is Orlando's only Mumbathon, Kadoro, Booty Bass, and Trapalicious night, with resident DJs Kiko, Marless, and Dr. Khan. Resident MC City Tucker will be hosting the event featuring Matt Riddle and is the official WWN wrap-up party, which will feature guests of Evolve, FIP, Shine, and ACW, along with other surprise guests. Probably Triple H, because he'll go to the wrong fucking party. Then on Monday...
Hold on.
Oh, what? There's more?
You don't want to forget midnight. So the midnight after Mania Wrestling Revolver versus Wrestle Circus show will be at the Plaza Live. 21 and up starts close to midnight as possible. Sammy Guevara, Aaron Solo, Ricky Stark, and a mystery partner take on the Chris brothers, Zachary Wentz and David Starr. Jake Manning versus Leva Bates in a match where the fans get to pick what Leva gets to cosplay as. The Wrestle Circus Lady of the Ring champion Rachel Ellering defends against Angel Rose. Bestia 666 is in action. ACH versus Martin Stone. Michael Elgin versus Shane Strickland. Brian Cage puts the Ringmaster title up against Desmond Xavier. And in the main event, the Death Machines of Sami Callihan and Brian Cage and Jessica Havoc take on the world's cutest tag team of Joey Ryan and Candice LeRae.
Uh-oh. So now can I go to Monday?
At noon, you can meet the Big Show at the Winn-Dixie in Apopka, and that's going to be from 12 to 2. Call 407-880-8299 for more information.
So Hogan signing at 12, and then at 5, Orlando City Wrestling are going to be having Monday Night Mayhem under the Orlando Eye, apparently.
Should be interesting.
Roy Gulak is probably going to be in action. He was supposed to be facing somebody else, but thanks to Monsieur Riley, sorry, I shouldn't say Monsieur because that lumps him in with Dave, and I don't think they're on the name level.
No.
Literal Rude Boy Riley, I guess that's what we can call him now. Or I think, as the New York Post said, Lewd Boy Riley. I don't get it. The matches are Chris Payne versus Snoop Strikes, Brandon Knight versus Johnny Knockout. I don't know whether this is for the title, but they're listing Willow Nightingale as the NYWC Starlet Champ. She's facing Araya Blake, so whether that's for the belt, I'm not sure. And Rhett Giddings will now be taking on Aaron Epic.
Yep.
With the changes that have happened. Also, on Monday, apparently something called Monday Night Raw is happening.
Sold out.
Amway.
After WrestleMania.
Tuesday, more Hogan stuff.
Midday. At noon.
More, just like Hogan stuff, Yeah, it says Hogan's Beach Club. It's not like Dollar Shave Club. Piss off.
It's an old 7-Eleven that's been converted, to be honest.
Christ. Smackdown's having its live show along, probably live afterwards. And then Wednesday next tapings at Full Sail.
Yep, sold out. If you want to try to win tickets on Full Sail's Twitter, go to their Twitter next week, and you should be able to potentially get in. WrestleMania will be doing merchandise stands at the Caribe Royale at World Center Drive, and that's Thursday through Monday. The Doubletree by Hilton, close to Universal, that's going to be on Major Boulevard Thursday through Monday, and merchandise trailers outside the OCCC and West Church Street, the corner of West Church and South Orange Avenue. The merchandise trailers will be Thursday through Sunday, and that's it. If you are in town, use your discretion when you run into workers, because you never know what kind of a mood they're going to be in.
But if you see Owen, say hi.
Yeah, say hi. I'll be around Universal and Disney.
Before he becomes a worker properly next week.
Right. That's a shoot. To be honest, I will state right now, just keep your eyes out if you're in the theme parks this week. You never know who you're going to see. Um, I will say that like Noel Foley was at Epcot the other day. I saw that on after the fact. So a lot of people like Kimberly and Heidi Lovelace were over at the Magic Kingdom the other day. So yeah, this is the time of the year that if you want to run into wrestlers, it's a way to do it. But just like I said, be courteous. Honestly, they're just trying to have fun. So yeah, myself, me and Scott are going to WrestleMania, NXT Takeover, Raw and SmackDown. You can check us out if you see us around town, and we'll probably be hitting up Universal and Disney this weekend at some point too. So I'm gonna try. We'll see what I can do. I've already met Kevin though a couple times actually. Really nice guy. Super nice guy.
Yeah, but if you could actually get a photo with him in a polite way rather than like as part of the actual experience thing, I think, that's the closest thing I'd get to making my WrestleMania week, even though it's not me.
Right. The stage has been set right now. Pictures are coming out that are stating that the WrestleMania logo looks like the universal globe in every way possible. It's roller coaster theme, and there's actually a wrestling ring on top of the set.
There's a wrestling ring on top of the ring.
Yes.
Wow. I'm confused.
Quite easily.
Oh, God.
This will be.
Shane McMahon and AJ are going to be wrestling in the ring on top of the set. Holy shit.
Wouldn't be shocking. So that's the show. So WrestleMania week, have some fun while you're in this wonderful city if you're around town. And say hello if you see me around. And if not, then enjoy WrestleMania and all the shows, whether you're watching them on iPay-per-view or the WWE Network. This is going to be a good week for wrestling and a good week for a lot of companies. So check out something you haven't seen before. Find a way to do so. So once again, I want to thank everyone for joining us in chat. I saw Jeremy, I saw Aiden, I saw Timbo, I saw Logan. Pedro was in for a bit. Always shout out to Acer for putting us over on his Twitter. And Ashley, where can we find you on social media?
You can find me on Twitter over by going to twitter.com/AshesMightNameUK.
I have no idea what the podcast schedule is going to be like this week. I will say that NXT TakeOver should be Saturday night / Sunday morning, probably starting around 11:45-ish, something around that time, maybe before. WrestleMania is going to be super hard. I guess we'll see what we can do with that. Obviously, Raw is going to be hard. SmackDown is going to be interesting because that's going to be a part of the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, which is actually going to start about 10:15 as early as I can on Wednesday due to previous engagements. And that's what we've got for this week. Quick programming note: tomorrow, join us for Sip and Snack. And Friday Versus will be coming your way. It's a really good one, honestly. I like this one a lot. Coming of age would be the code name for this time around, like the code statement. So that's coming your way. And wrestling fans obviously are theme park fans too. And of course, yesterday it was officially announced American Horror Story of Asylum Covenant Roanoke is the first house for Halloween Horror Nights 27. And don't worry, the Elite will be dropping a podcast on you sometime in the next week or so. So stay tuned for more information on that. And I think that's our video for tonight. Once again, I want to thank everyone that was in chat tonight. Big shout out to Logan at Logan Burton 10, Pedro at Evil Takes Root, Acer at Acer 1337. Yes, in a row for all the podcasts you should be listening to, wrestling and or otherwise. His channel Acer 5000 on YouTube. Shout out to Mr. Entertainment and making his announcing debut for AWE last night. Follow him at Mr. ENT92. He's going to be at WrestleMania, so you can say hello to him as well. Always big shout out to Cleveland at Contra Cleve. Follow him on Twitter. And I honestly would not be even thinking about going to WrestleMania or TakeOver or Raw or SmackDown if it wasn't for my very gracious, very awesome, most excellent roommate. And that would be my good friend, Great Traveling Scott. So you can follow him on Twitter at GR8Trav, TRAVLN Scott. So follow me on Twitter at Sir Owen Disney.
Before you do the final line, pimp yourself out on Twitter, but I just got something to say because I just noticed it on YouTube.
Oh, no.
So, Matt Hardy. This was up yesterday, but I only just saw it, I guess, through looking for the news. So, after exerting everything within our vessels to make TNA trendy and cool again, we were betrayed by the obsolete Owl. Since we carried the TNA titles to a celestial plane, as well as becoming greater than our host, the seven deities mandated I reincarnate these obsolete titles. They've now been transformed into something worthy of the greatest tag team in space and time. Basically, they legit drown the actual old TNA title and then resurrect them as basically their own belt, sort of like the super kick ones that the Bucks have. Then it notes this video was shot, edited, and scored by the brilliant Queen Rebecca Hardy, who also shot, edited, and scored several similar vignettes for TNA, without ever being paid, credited, or signing over the rights for TNA to use them. Rebecca, like Jeff and I, did many things for this brand because we're upstanding beings. House Hardy will now continue to soar to new heights while the Owl fades away and classifies itself as obsolete. I will say, it's a blink and you miss it flash, but they're censored, obviously, just in case kids are watching. Impact-esque logo style thing pops up that just says, "Fuck that Owl." I approve.
So that is
Owl.
So almost 4 or 5 hours later, that's the show. Follow me on Twitter at Sir Owen Disney. Follow the network at Popcast Network. Check out our merch at Zazzle, our Patreon, and our Facebook fan page, all at Popcast Network. And that's going to be the end of the show tonight. So once again, in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more this morning you have chosen a podcast. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for listening. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, stay tuned to my Twitter for updates on the podcasts that are coming up for WrestleMania week. And that's all we got to say about that.
Wrestling! Yay!